Oh, mod. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, 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 dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, therefore it's time for the Idjit Show! Before we get started, I'd like to go over a standard warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whenever, wherever, and in what universe. I tend to curse a fair amount. Sometimes I can go a few hours without cursing. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a little on the spicy side. Adult situations, undergarments, conversations, words, a whole bunch of stuff may be discussed that you may not like. If any of this sounds unappealing, or if you are easily triggered, easily offended, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. I really got to make a script for that so I can just read it each time. But I forget the warning like halfway through each and every time. Okay, we're back at the Fixonium plant because Fixonium is on the agenda. Let's take care of the agenda for the day. Need to get rid of some of this crap. Oh, that got done yesterday, so it's not part of today's agenda. Finish building. And finally, power! There we go. Man, today's agenda. Updated. Yeah, just a little updated. Yo, Idjit, how you going, bro? It's going and a flowing, and we're nearly done with this project. Johnny! Moderator man. Also sometimes referred to as weather boy. He says he's a man. I think he's a myth. Maybe even a legend. So, what have I done off stream? I put belts in. Put belts in. That was my big claim to fame. I put belts in. As you see, I also put in a few water extractors. Just a few. Amijah! Good morning, Amijah! I put in a few water extractors, and by a few, I mean, yeah, a few. But don't they look lovely? Lovely jubblies, right? My jubblies are so lovely. They bring all the boys to the yard. Don't judge. Don't hate. Don't hate because your jubblies aren't as lovely as my jubblies. I'm in my 40s and they're still perky. Oh, also, it is Saturday. You know what that means? It's Spicy Saturday. I get to curse as much as I want, and we're going to have some really fucked up conversations. But yeah, I put a lot of these in. This is the old row. And you see how like janky that looks? Well, it just looks janky versus the new hotness. Look how sexy that looks. Ain't that pretty? You need more extra extractors. Yes, I actually do. I need about 90 more. Oh, and what you're seeing isn't all of it. So far, I have put down 191 nuclear power plants. There are 2 for extractors for every single nuclear power plant. That means there's 382 extractors down here, and that's not including the ones that go into the refineries. Yeah, I can't read. No, you got extractors mostly right. It's just an OR instead of an ER. But before I still need to power all this system up, I didn't feel like doing that. I got lazy and decided not to do that. Let's go for a little swim. We need to build some stuff. Okay, Will Smith, what, because of the new hotness? At least you recognize the line. You know what the difference between you and I is? I make this shit look good. I got 4 freaking full bins of mom's spaghetti here. She says she makes it with extra love, but I'm pretty sure the actual recipe is radiation. So we need to build a few things, and by a few things, we need 11 more particle accelerators, because, you know, the 20 I have sitting here isn't enough. I need 11 more. We also need more converters, I think. Let me pop over to Modler real quick. No, I'm not bringing you with me. Yeah, I need 5 more converters. Actually, the funny thing is I need 2 more particle accelerators, then 9 more particle accelerators, then 18 quantum encoders, and 5 converters. And that's it. That's it. Okay, but we need to put down some of these big boys. And I kind of have a place in mind for them. I want them to line up kind of sort of with those. And I'll probably be deconstructing that first one. Yep, I will be. So I have a place in mind that I want it. There. And we need our friends, the sloops. Sloop da loop, loop da sloop and sloop da loop and loop and loop and loop and I need to set my audio correctly. I need to set my audio for stream, not letting this thing run in the background while I ignore it. Okay, so I need 2 of these set to a whopping 187 2/3, or 186 2/3. 186 2/3. Boop. That didn't work. 186 2/3. All right, fine. 186.6667. Same thing. Oh, and sloops. Or sloops. I only had to move the sloops in the second one because yeah, I'm dumb. Yeah, that's the whole thing, because I'm dumb. Okay, so there's going to be 2 things that come into these, and unfortunately I did not put the belt work in for this. So we need to put the belt work in for this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, now the drawback is somehow I have to get belts over here to these. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Maybe not. It may not be so bad. Let's just put them in from this side and from this side, and we'll go ahead and put my trap door back in place. AKA, you know, the door I tore down because I'm too lazy to just fly around here. Okay, where are we going? We got the ingots. We got the pressure conversion cubes. What's in you? I'm missing a hole. You know what they say? If there's not a hole, I'm going to make one. Time crystals, that's what I need. And going. I could have swore I deconstructed that, but it said nope. Okay, so somehow I need to get a belt from here all the effing way over there, and no. I mean, we can do a Mark II belt. This don't need to be all too spicy. Mo Little, what's going on, bud? Okay. This should work pretty well. Let's see if we got any clippy clips. I said I was going to do a Mark II belt, and instead I got a freaking Mark 6. Okay, whatever. We'll do us Speedy Gonzalez style. I just run this all the effing way down here. I'll just wrap around this way. And we'll come out to about here. Now we need a splitter because, well, there's only one belt. There's only one belt of these. It's actually in the right spot, isn't it? Are you in the right spot? We're not in the right spot. Bad. Bad splitter. I think that's in the right spot. Yep, there we go. We'll put this right into that. And we'll put that right into that. And screw it. You can get updated too. And trapdoor pop up. Hit my head on the thingamabobber, on the boober-bobber. The floor said fuck you. Yes, the floor said fuck you. Okay, so each of these is going to eat. Not that. Oh, I didn't set it the right recipe. Yep. There we go. That works a little bit better. Boop. Hey, now it's the right recipe. So each of these is going to eat 280 dark matter residue. So combined total, 560. Each of these is going to crap out 466. So I'm going to need 2 of these to feed that, and there's going to be leftover. Yay, leftovers. And we'll come up here to get clean pipeline Mark 1. And I'll come all the way down here because I need to bring out at least 4 pipes from this system. I don't need that one. I don't need that one. I do need that one. I'm going to put a sexy little pipe junction right there. I'll put a sexy little pipe junction right there. And I'll bring this into that side. This and that. Crap. Always make sure you're counting your pipes, kids. Otherwise, you do stupid stuff like I do. Pipe is too long. What do you mean my pipe is too long? I've never heard that one before. Okay, let's try this shit again. And the drawback is, a big drawback is, we got a small problem here, and that small problem is this isn't going to work. There we go. Haha, made it work. Made you look. Alright, button this up. Yeah, I think that looks good. I like how that looks. That looks sexy. Now the drawback is I'm not sure this is actually going to fucking work. And by that I mean there's 466, so there's 466. So this is going to eat 280 of that. So we take the 466, and we'll just round up, say 467. Minus, yeah, 280. Plus 467. We're over. That's not going to work. That's not going to fly. It's not going to fly like an eagle. It will not let me set my spirit free. So this is going to have to change slightly. That's going to have to change a whole hell of a lot. Yeah. All right, stacking time. I don't need 2 of them. I didn't. Stupid zoop mode. How's that? Says it's clipping, but I don't know about you. I ain't seen no damn clipping. So, up, up, and away! Yeah, screw it. We're not gonna do 3 stacks. We're just gonna do 2 stacks. Now we're gonna put this guy right here. Hopefully this works. Please work, please work, please work. Hey, it worked. I don't think it wanted to work, but I made it work. Get in the damn hole. Okay. Let's try this shiz again. Now we grab that. We stick it in here. Grab this. We hope and pray that it doesn't want up and work. Okay, I guess we're doing 2 stacks. Didn't want to do 2 stacks, but game says,
hey, you're going to have to do 2 stacks because I don't like you and you can go after yourself. Dirty frickin' hippie. Screw you guys, I'm going home.
how the hell am I going to make this work? Yeah, go back a little bit more. I'm going to bring this one out, hook it into that, hook this one into that, hook it in the other way. Boom, boom, bada bada boom, bada bada boom. Boom goes boom and the bada bada boom. That's not actually in the right spot because I have to that's not lining up right there, kids. If it's not lining up, and it's not right. Yes. Okay. And remember, kids, no glove means no love. Okay. There's a bit of a cluster, but it is what it is. Drugs are bad. Okay, exactly. Somebody got the reference. Okay, so this will eat everything out of that first pipe. All of it. Nom 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 nom. We need to bring this pipe up to there. And the more I think about this, the more I don't like it here, because, of course I don't. We're going to try to bring this big bad boy right here. That's what I want. I'm going to try to get that. Okay. There. Yep, there you go. Back to street mode. Now when we bring this down here, and it hooks in just freaking awesome. Yay! I did something right. Holy crap, Johnny. Yeah, you chuckling about, chucklehead? Okay, and that hooks into that hooks into that, and then we got a little bit left over to do a wild, wacky, Girls Gone Wild stuff with. Okay, there we go. I do have a pipe not hooked up. Thank you. Thank you for pointing out the obvious there, Captain Obvious. Yeah, you'd like it. Okay, so we have a grand total of 4 and a partial pipes. And by partial, I mean we have 466 or 466.6667 times 2 minus 560. So about 373 and a third. Plus the contents of these pipes. Ooh, I see you. You're not in the right spot there, buddy. There, ain't she pretty? Ain't she so damn pretty? Alright. So now, with their powers combined, as soon as I power these on, they will start crapping out something. Press the right button. You know, I might be silly. I might be kind of stupid. And I'm only partially insane. It would make a lot more sense to merge these up here. And these are only going to crap out 224. So that's a Mark III. And that's a Mark III. Fog! Okay, what's with the O/? You're the second person I've seen do that. Mo Little does that every single time they come in. Is it something I just don't... Am I just stupid? Than I thought I was? Okay, so this belt... I put this belt in for a very, very, very special reason. This belt is my friend. I don't care if you guys do it. I just want to know if there's some kind of meaning to it. You know, like life. Like 42. You ever seen the 07? What the fuck is 07? Oh, it's supposed to be a salute? Okay. Like I said, I don't care if you do it or not. Just morbid curiosity gets the better of me a lot of times. You're older than fucking I am. I think Vogue might be around my age too, or older. I don't know. Vogue, how old are you? You seem like you're old. This is kind of an ass thing to say. You also spend your entire life in people's streams. I'm sure at some point in time you didn't know what the hell it was. I think you're at least 40. Yeah, I saw that. Sounds like a skill issue on your end. Sounds like a lack of social life on your end. Fuck you. At least Johnny knows it. I say the F you with love. Or do I? I do. Please don't ban me from my own channel, Mr. Moderator, sir. But I don't know, can you put the creator in timeout? I mean, you could probably get me to stop, like, typing in chat, but can't shut me up. There's not a ball gag big enough for this freaking mouth. Which is really funny because I got a tiny mouth. Casper's over there literally trying to find out if she can ban me. Casper found a way to shut me up. Holy shit. Okay. Chair to keyboard errors do occur. I am nowhere near 40. Okay, in that case, I apologize, Bog. Or wait. Are you nowhere near 40 as in you haven't hit 40 yet? Or you done sailed past that shit a long time ago? Because the specific way that you phrase that could go either way. I'm 24. Okay, yep. I apologize. You're similar age to my son. My youngest, oldest baby of a son. I need to clean this up a little bit. Because, shit's in my way. I mean, I'll at least acknowledge my mistakes when I make them. You know, like playing this game. Playing this game was a mistake. Because I wouldn't really call it a social life per se. I had hopes. I had dreams. I had ambitions. Okay, that's a bunch of bullshit, too. There. No, you guys are going the wrong effing way. I guess that could have worked. It's not going to work. Okay, then Bog, like I said, I apologize for misaging you. You are very mature for your age. Should be a compliment. You'll figure out. Alright, well, that's going to get cleaned up when I actually put the, yeah, that'll get cleaned up later. You have an old soul. There we go, that sounds a little less. Alright. Here you go, ready to watch my points go up. Puppies! Right now, I am getting about 13 million points per minute. It's gonna go up. I have hoodies as old as you, yeah. I might still have some shirts that old. I do need to go through and upgrade some of these belts. They all need to be at least Mark 3s. Or at least, you know, the center belt. I think the individual belts can be Mark 1s. Yeah. But the bottom belt has to be at least a Mark 3. And now we're dumping singularity cells down the toilet. And now we're getting 24 million per minute. It's a little jump there. Yeah, you were wearing it yesterday. Okay. So now I'll actually be able to properly measure the throughput of the cement and iron plates, see if I'm getting anywhere near that. I spent a few hours after stream trying to get the ingots to balance out. It took 4 fucking trains to actually get enough ingots down here. But bear in mind, that train has to come from here, all the way around here, through the mess at the nuke site, all the way down here, over here, split off, go up a big-ass friggin' hill, all the way up here, all the way down here, into a roundabout, and all the way over here. It's a long trip. It is 1:30 p.m. That means there should be a panda on the screen. There's a panda on the screen. Make sure you smack that like button. And if you're new here enjoying my zany antics, smack that subscribe button. Let's see how many we can get on Subathon Saturday. Spicy Saturday. It ain't ever going to be a subathon. I don't really care that much. And I had to do a little interesting stuff with the belt work, but it should work. It would work even better if I set these correctly. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. I hate that song so much. So much. Now this needs to be overflow. This needs to be any. Copy that one up to that one. That way, if anything coming in this, anything coming in from here tries to go down this manufacturer first. When this manufacturer is full, then and only then can it send anything else anywhere else. I don't know if I ever did get rid of it, but I had the sweatshirt I made in sewing class back in high school. Ah, Canadian slave labor. That's rare. Ha! I got you beat. I still have that stupid fucking pottery thing that we all made in elementary school. We all remember elementary school art shop or art class where you had to make like a stupid little pottery thing, and they had me make like some tea cup or tea kettle looking thing. It looks like complete dog shit. I will be the first to own it, but I still have it. Yeah, I mean, it would work pretty well as an ashtray. This thing is so god-awful ugly, my parents didn't want it, so they sent it with me when I moved out on my own. Okay, so we are now actually eating some SAM, not nearly as much SAM as we should be, because, you know, that doesn't consume nearly what this makes. So that's checked off the list. Those are done. I should have 448 dark matter crystals being made. Those are done. I should have 224 singularity spells. Let's go put a thingamabobber on that thingamaboober. I have never owned Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch, but I have owned Marky Mark in the Monkey Bunch. Props if you get the joke. I think I scared Vogue off by calling him old. Let's see. Well, I didn't lose the subscribers, so I didn't scare him off that badly. You had that on 8-track, admit it, you old bastard. I'm still here. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. So I should, if all these are running at 100%. Oh, you know what would probably help? If I hook that one up and that one. It might help a little bit, right? Oh yeah, speaking of not hooking stuff up, I guess on stream, see these belts for the pressure conversion cubes? Yeah, I forgot to put that one in place. That whole belt. I had that belt, but I didn't have the belt that fed it. Oops. Oops, oopsie. Okay. I didn't think it would. Like I said, you're very mature for your age. That's the only reason I thought you were similar age to me. I meant absolutely no disrespect with the statement. Just honestly thought you were older, which should be a compliment. Oh, no, 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 no. We're going to start on this one. Why are we going to start on this one? Because for anybody who's made this before, these 9, oh, no, 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 hold on. We're going to just set the recipe and everything in this one. And that way, when we do all the rest, yeah, they'll already be made. If I can click on the right friggin' tab. So these are supposed to run at 248.8888. And they will be making not nuclear pasta. They're going to make Fixonium. Yep, that's right. We're making Fixonium. Don't start talking about the safety dance. You're going to get Casper over here excited. Okay, so Casper started it. What else is new? Hey, guess what? I'm not a quick wire. Oh, let's see. Let's put this a slightly different way. I'm making particle accelerators and I'm at a quick wire. Is anyone shocked by this? And I need like 1,500. I don't think there's still 1,500 over there. We can dance if we want to. You can leave your friends behind. As if your friends don't dance. And if they won't dance, then they ain't no friends of mine. And yes, I'm ad-libbing because I don't care. This ain't a song I really care about. And it ain't gonna get stuck in my fucking head! Yep. Behold the power of Spicy Saturday. I'm loud. I'm proud. I'm waving a flag. Oh wait, that's not a flag. That's a part of my body. Ooh, that's spicy. Ew. I got the green stuff on me. Ew, now I'm gonna become a Ninja Turtle. I'm gonna have to wear a rubber suit and everything and listen to freaking Vanilla Ice. Yep, Mo Little's gonna fit in just fine around here. Now 1, 2. Why the hell do I have backups on Quickfire? Did I empty all this crap yesterday? Yeah, I emptied most of it. Nah, see, unfortunately, that song doesn't get stuck in my head. Instead, I've got freaking Styx's Sail Away stuck. That's been stuck in there for like weeks now. Your squirrel brain will forget it soon enough. That, I wish. If a song gets stuck in my head, it's normally in there for at least a month. I got one for you. Ice Ice Baby. I wasn't thinking about Ice Ice Baby. I was thinking about Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go. Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go. Go. Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go. Yeah. Vanilla Ice wish is, yeah, freaking 12 inches of ice. I'm pretty sure there was a decimal point in there, right in between those two numbers. Only Vanilla Ice you can sing, though, is Ninja Rap. I remember Ice Ice Baby. I was in freaking elementary school when that shit came out. And everybody on the fucking bus was singing that crap. And I hated them. I hated them before they started singing Vanilla Ice, but Vanilla Ice didn't help matters. Okay, I ate all the quick wire I had. Stop. Hammer time. Yep, I remember parachute pants. And Arsenio Hall's a Obviously, without a camera, you can't see me pumping my arm in the air. I hope not. He's old. Okay, so there are 3 things that come in here. Singularity cells, Chekarune, dark matter residue, Chekarune, and plutonium waste. We don't have that yet, but we can get it. And we can get it before it's gone and while it's still good. Now, I'm mentally trying to think of how the hell I'm going to get this stuff in here. And still get the Fixonium out. I'm really hoping I get somehow cram 18 quantum encoders in there. I'm pretty sure I can't, because that's where I want to make the fuel cells. Is that the dog pound or is that the DOGG dog pound? Plutonium waste isn't that bad because it's the reason why I skipped that first one. Thankfully, this isn't very irradiated yet. It's going to get there really soon. That's my plutonium wasteline right there. Oh, Arsenio Hall's. See, I remember the idea of it, but I don't remember watching Arsenio. So the singularity cells, I'm just going to bring down from below. That's easy mode. The plutonium waste is probably just going to come in on a series of splitters that run down this length. And let me set this to the correct numbers. 248, did I? Okay, I already did, I guess. So singularity cell, they're both easy, they're both just Mark 1s. So it looks like it's Q-ticks off that corner. Gotta do some eyeball math here. Got to do that eyeball math from time to time, right? See, I may have been a product of the 80s, but I'm a child of the 90s. Mainly because I blocked out a good chunk of the 80s. I had a pretty shitty childhood. And I can't even blame my parents for it. Ah, that's in the wrong spot. See, this is what happens when you when your eyeball math does. When you got old eyeballs and you try to do eyeball math. The F? What the hell are you doing up there, boy? That doesn't look right. God damn it. God damn it, Bobby. Man, I don't need that. We just snake that around like that. And it's going to be 224 plutonium waste. That is true, Casper. Blame Reagan. Nah, I'm blaming Bill Clinton. He gave us all unattainable expectations of getting interns below you under the table, and that's never once happened to me in my entire life. And Casper's telling me I don't have interns. You don't know what the hell I have, woman! Johnny's my intern. He's never once blown me under the table. Yeah, that's true. Johnny probably couldn't fit under the table. Do you need to shower? I do not. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. She's like, I did not kill my wife. If the glove don't fit, you must quit. Show my age here. I was in 7th grade when the OJ trial happened. I was not in 6th grade, I was in 7th grade. Casper, I said 7th grade, and Casper's in there shouting, 7th grade. It's like, I know where I was. I was at a primarily, how to phrase this streamer friendly. I was very, 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 very pale compared to my other classmates. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. No, just like 85% of that school was on the much darker complexion side. I'm a saltine American. I'm not even white. That's the funny thing. I'm white passing, but I'm not white. Okay, I'm half white. Alright, I need that. And yes, I skipped all the way over here just to grab a pipeline junction instead of just opening my freaking build menu and pulling one out of there. I love how pipeline junctions line up to splitters. It's like I don't think that's that's a merger, but whatever. Lines up to splitters too. And I only bring up the fact that the ethnicity difference in my 7th grade school solely because if you were alive during the OJ trial, you will know that there was a big racial divide. And that's about as much into that as I'm going to get. How did you move that junction vertically? Press H to lock the hologram, or whatever key it is to lock the hologram on console, and then on PC it's page up, page down. Allows you to nudge vertically. Ah, Phil! I know what's wrong with it. I ain't got no power in it. Do 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 ba boo do do ba do 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 do. You know, the funny thing is, I realized this after a stream yesterday. When I go through and set up these nuke plants, I don't have to put mergers on it. It's just splitters. I just have to feed the plant. Because Fixonium fuel rods don't have a waste product. That's not gonna work. Yeah, vertical nudging became a thing in 1.1? I think it was 1.1 when we got vertical nudging. I could be wrong, it could have been 1.0. Okay, so we're going to put this on top of this. We're gonna play hide this. No, not that. That doggy. There we go. Yeah, that works. The reason why I can't do what I was doing is I need to have room for this pipe to come out. Kind of hard for that pipe to come out or that belt to come out if there's a fucking pipe in its way. The drawback is if I decide I'm going to stream tomorrow because I didn't stream Thursday, it means I got to get up extra early and get my Planet Crafter video done. I might do 2 Satisfactory videos this week too to make up for how short the modular frames one was. I was doing I got a whole crap ton of views, but not translating into likes or anything. That should be about here. I mean, looking at that one doesn't really matter because it ain't got anything to contend with. God darn it. Yep. Bye-bye, Maya. Since she just goes lurk without any explanation. Typical of Maya. Evening, Jens. I kind of expected you'd be here quite a bit earlier today, since it's Saturday. Okay, so those are all hooked up, and I'm going to we're just going to basically plug these all in, and let God sort it all out. I don't care. Nice thing about pipelines is that you can just put a crap ton in it, as long as you space it out. It'll work out. You gotta take down a bunk bed. The hell do you have a bunk bed in your house for? I can see a loft bed. Okay, so we're gonna have to do a little, well, this would be a good time to get the pipes unstacked. Got my flashlight back on. It's flashlight, not the thing that sounds like flashlight. It might be spicy Saturday, but it ain't that spicy a Saturday. Yeah, that worked. Did I just realize though, that's not actually going to work. That part's going to work just fine. But this part I need to bring out substantially farther. I want to look up at the sky. That don't work. Fly like an eagle. Let my privates touch the sky. I got an idea. Is it a good idea? Oh, good God, no. Yeah, like that. Do horizontal to vertical and start with the other one. Well, I made it work. I did it the hard way, but fine. That's kind of the theme around here. That kind of looks the same. Oh, of course, screw you. There we go. We'll use horizontal to vertical for that one. We'll just we'll move this because I still want it there, but I don't really want it there. There, my dear. There, my dear. There, my dear. I think that was the problem with the noodle mode last time was I went from the wrong direction. God darn it. Right-clicked one too many times. Yeah, we're just gonna go noodle mode. It looks okay. I'll bring this one. I don't think this is gonna work. Nope. Man, that works. That looks like crap, but good enough for the girls we date. Yeah. Honestly, I just need to move them all forwards one. Probably should have started with this one. But meh, it's okay. It's annoying otherwise. I mean, I made it work. It looks okay. Now my analness is just kicking in. A noodle mode there, and a noodle mode there, and a straight mode here. And there we go. Got them unstacked. Now I need to bring them around this way. I do love the fact that you can just hold down control and it doesn't try to go into the other pipe. If you're not holding down control, it wants to do this shit. If you hold down control, it doesn't. So sometimes it wants to look at the ground. I bow before you, my dark lord and master. And I'm a big fan just having them laid out on the ground like this. It just, to me, it looks nice. And it might just be a me thing. I don't know. But I'm the one that's got to look at this, so. You know, I probably should have done. Should have probably followed my standard advice. Build the first one. Get a measurement on the first one. Come back quite a ways. Ah, it's doing that angle shit again. I hate when it does that. I know it's because I changed my camera view, but. No, I didn't change my camera view that time. What the hell's your excuse this time? Boop. Yeah, that's where I want it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Boom. Yay. Ooh, look at the shiny. Now the drawback is what I have below me is only supposed to be about 2240. Oh, we go over here to these particle accelerators. Each one takes let's say 500. Well, we'll just round up to 498 times 9. Yeah, I need more than 540. Or 2240. The other 2240 is going to come from over here. That is the only easy pipe. Because every one of these pipes, let's go make absolutely certain on this, but not a single one of these pipes is enough to feed one of those. They're only making 467. Let's just round up and say 467. We'll round down and say 466. We'll round up on this side, and therefore we've got a margin of error. These each want 490. So this one pipe is not enough to feed this one machine. And one of these pipes is a partial pipe, so we're gonna be doing that. I don't like that. So we're gonna sneak over to the left, or over to the right just a little bit, now that we have a little bit of room. You bastards angled? You are angled. Now when I build them, they want to build straight. Wattage! What's going on, bud? Yeah, at least for right now, because I don't have the plutonium waste to actually make the Fixonium yet, and as far as I'm aware, you cannot sink normal Fixonium. I know you can't sink Fixonium fuel cells, but I don't think you can even sink normal Fixonium. Yeah, it's going. We're actually nearly done with this build. Well, I got to find something to do for the next 17 days before the new update comes out. Because I'm going to be doing a new playthrough on the new update. Yeah, I've actually only got one more building to do, and then I got a lot of power wires to set up, and I got to set up water extractors for all those nuke plants. It's going to be big. Big numbers go burr. Alright, so these will all fill up with the dark matter residue, but, you know, I don't have the plutonium waste. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm probably going to have to pipe in, because I know one of these is a low pipe. 2240 divided by 600. Okay, so I'm only gonna have 4 pipes. I don't actually need to have the 5 pipes I have here. It's just, oh well. I realize my title for the day was a little on the clickbaity side, but it's also true. I am going for 2 million watts. I will make this power live up to wattage's name. It will be a high wattage power plant. Arc suit not included. And you know you played around with some high voltage stuff if you actually know what an arc suit is. I will be the man with the hook. Somebody else can be the man with the arc suit on. I ain't doing it. Okay. So we need to get these singularity cells over here. Now we do have the 200 and... I saw 224 there for a second. One thing I would really like the developers of this game to implement is when you come in here, set like a time, how many minutes that it takes measurements of before it gives you an average. Like set this to 5 minutes, set this to an hour. Take all the readings once a minute for an hour, or however often it checks, and then average them to give you your actual average. I think that would be a much better way of doing it. Because right now you can't get a very good reading on it. The center will be overflow, to the right will be any. And though for right now I'm going to leave this as none. That way there's nothing on that pipe. Do 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 do. Alright, let's go over here and actually find the other ones and get this side set up. How many do each of these need? 25, roughly 25. We only need a Mark 1 lift. We don't really need to go too overboard with this. Power tools. Who in the right mind let a Maya play with power tools? That sounds like a recipe for freaking disaster right there. I mean, I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy enough to let a Maya have power tools. Now, I'm not crazy enough to let a Maya have sharp objects. You know, that's the first time I've ever seen anybody actually try to use the word reciprocating saw Every single person I know that's in the trades that's ever used one just calls them Sawzalls. I realize Sawzall's a brand name, but that's just what everybody calls them. It's kind of like channel locks and vice grips. It doesn't matter if the correct company is making them or not. It makes it easier to get the screws out faster. Oh, so it's just a freaking cordless drill. That doesn't count. That barely even counts as a power tool. And knowing Amaya, she's probably got one of those play school ones. You know, my first power tool set. Go right along with her first my first ankle monitor. New from Mattel, it's my first ankle monitor.
Mommy, how did Barbie's friend Rebecca get in the wheelchair?
Well, maybe she was having rough sex with Ben. God, I'm showing my age with that one. Not to mention showing where I grew up. Not many people are going to get that reference. Whee! Look at him go! We're at iron plates. Why are we at iron plates? Did we eat through them all? You keep running your mouth, little girl. Okay, so obviously we need another train for iron plates. All right, fix doors, not break them. Yeah, huh? She goes over and gives the door a kiss and say, "Okay, all better." Admit it, Amaya. Now I'll probably have to run 2 trains for iron plates, 2 trains for concrete, and 2 trains for the copper powder, and I'm fully aware of that. The copper powder has been running for a while, and the nice thing about copper powder is because it stacks up to 500 per stack like concrete does. It takes a pretty lengthy amount of time to actually burn through. Because I'm probably not gonna need 2 trains for the control rods, right? I mean, I'm only moving 224 of those a minute. You can't do nothing to me. You're not scary. I bet if I was there, she'd be singing a whole different story. I'm gonna let the other train get some distance. I'm probably not gonna launch this one until the iron plates train actually gets over to where it's going. That way, there's one at each side of the station that should balance it out. Maybe. We'll see. Maya plus power tools is better than Idjit's. I don't know about that. I actually know how to operate power tools. My father was in construction his entire life, so he taught me a fair amount. He taught my brother more, but my brother's also the one that had a sawzall or reciprocating saw. Sorry, let's not use brand names here. I'm not sponsored. He was going through a sheet of OSB, or generic plywood for those who don't know what OSB is. And I guess he found a nail or something, and the sawzall jumped. Sorry, it's going to be a sawzall. And next thing you knew, he had a 6-inch blade stuck in his thigh. Lucky enough, he was somewhat smart enough to get his finger off the trigger. But then when he went to the clinic, because it was like a weekend and he didn't want to drive all the way out to the hospital, they thought he was drug seeking because he looked like a construction worker, heavily tattooed and all this shit, and he had just put a sawzall blade into his leg. It's like, you'd have to be pretty goddamn desperate for drugs to risk the major amount of damage that you could do by doing that. Makes me very thankful I never got that bad into drugs. Okay, I'm just watching where this Iron Plates train is, because once it hits this train station, I'll release the second one. Release the train! And for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, I have 2 trains that move coal. I have rolling coal and I have coal and roll. Because it's funny. Okay, iron plates. I think I'm actually going to wait for it to leave. Yeah, well, like I said, my brother went to the clinic, not to the hospital. I don't even think the clinic has hardcore drugs. And considering the clinic is in how to say this nicely, rougher part of town, lower income part of town, area of town that you would normally expect more drug addicts and stuff to frequent. I'm gonna assume they see a lot of drug seekers. Oh yeah, we're having backup on that. This was in the early 2000s, at the beginning of the opioid crisis that we have here. This example that I'm talking about is pretty bullshit. Everyone who was remotely involved with it flat out said the nurse was being stupid in a stupidly stupid manner. Yeah, 38 million points per minute because I'm sinking singularity cells. Yeah. If you ever want to get a crap ton of coupons, there's your winner right there. Sync Singularity Cells. Sync as many as you can. Just bear in mind, you're going to be eating a lot of copper powder. That was when I worked security at the hospital. That was always one of the things that I laughed at, is when people came in and they always ask you, like, could you rate your pain 0 out of 10? 0 being none at all, 10 being the worst pain imaginable. And so many people would say like 8 or 9, and I'd see like mothers come in with like a sprained ankle and stuff saying it's 10. It's like, are you really saying you're hurting more now than when you pushed out a freaking watermelon? Oh, the nice thing is I am done using sloops. I still have 17 available. I would have 18 if I wasn't stupid, but actually I have a few more that I can spare. So we're hitting 2 million today, one way or another. Whether I got to put down more, no, those sloop things, the power augmenters, yeah, those things. Got to exaggerate for the doctor. Yeah, this isn't even for the doctor though. It's just for the triage. But I also had a lot of patients that got all pissy because why have I been waiting for 4 hours? Well, there's a whole lot of people here in the ER, and you came in because you stubbed your toe. Your treatment is not that serious. You don't really need to be here. You could have went to urgent care just fine. You did not need to come to the ER. Or when they come in for dental pain, it's like, really? Does this look like a dentist to you? I know how much Casper loves when they come in for dental pain. That's an ongoing joke around the house. Because if you're not familiar, the PCA in Casper's name is Patient Care Associate Advocate. Basically, she's like a nurse's helper. Kind of the nicest way of putting it. Not to say that to belittle her job or anything. Okay, so I need 18 quantum encoders for this. 18. Not 16. I don't get to do the meme. I'm thinking we're going to do 20. The reason we're going to do 20, because they stack it a lot nicer that way. They just do 4 groups of 5, and I got 4 pipes of, or 4 belts. Sorry, I always say pipes. I got 4 belts of ingots to come over here, so it'll be really nice just to split them up. Yeah, a lot of them shouldn't even be at urgent care. They should just be at the frickin', like the minute clinic. So I'm pretty sure, and like I said, I don't have to worry about a waistline coming out of these because there is no waste. Come on, stay up, keep it up, come on. Let the Viagra do the work. There should be, yeah, there easily should be enough room. The biggest problem with our regular doctors here, they're like the family doctors and the standard doctors, is they don't take walk-ins. So generally, you go to those when you, not so much when you're in pain or something. You go to those for like regularly scheduled checkups. or something that's not really all that serious that you can wait a week to a month to be seen for. I will not say the U.S. medical system is the greatest in the world. It does have its wins. It has a lot of negatives, but there's a fair amount of positives to go with it. As somebody who's worked it like adjacent to that world. Now, a lot of the doctors are booked up for weeks on end, if not months. For your standard family care doctors, your standard everyday doctors. You generally don't get same day or next day appointments with them. If you are in real pain, your best bet is to go to either a minute clinic or an urgent care, or if you're in really bad life-threatening pain, you go to the emergency room. The main problem with the emergency room, and I've said this many times in my life, we have a law here called EMTALA, EMTALA. What that means is if anyone comes to the emergency room for any reason, they cannot, under penalty of law, be turned away. So even if you know full well that it's drug-seeking behavior, even if you know full well it's a homeless person who is literally just playing it up so they can stay in the hospital overnight, the hospital cannot refuse them. It is both a great thing and a horrible thing at the same time. It's a great thing because it means even if you don't have the ability to pay, you have to be seen by law. Okay, that is not supposed to be spaced out that far. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's some really good things and some really bad things about the U.S. medical system. And a lot of the bad things come down to the fact that there's a lot of people out there that abuse the shit out of the system. So they've had to do a lot of weird stuff to help mitigate the abuses. And the worst thing is, so many of the hospitals and stuff are owned by these huge corporations that I'm not going to say they don't care. They don't really care. But because they operate on such a large scale, they have to look at their stuff from not just the local area, but even farther away. Ow. I got out of that world because my boss was a dick. To put it extremely bluntly, my boss was a dick. And in my somewhat professional security opinion, was going to get somebody seriously freaking injured working there. Here they started filtering at the entrance to the emergency room. Okay, so that's what we call triage. They will still be seen by a normal doctor, but it could take a few hours. But since normal doctors are like almost available, we don't. Yeah, that's. Give me a second. Let me get a little bit of coffee in my system. We had a patient that was placed under. Okay. Generally, when you walk into an American emergency room, and I have no problem discussing the stuff I know, and I will only discuss stuff that I have firsthand experience with. So when I say that I've seen this up close and personal, I've dealt with this up close and personal, it means I've dealt with it up close and personal, and it's not just hearsay based on internet rumors or blah blah blah. When you walk into an American emergency room, like I said, EMTALA kicks in. You cannot be turned away for any reason, even if you are literally there because you stubbed your toe. It doesn't matter how minor the injury is, no matter how minor the diagnosis is, you have to be seen by emergency room personnel. The people at the triage desk are, I want to use the word trained, but that's a fucking stretch. They're instructed to ask a set series of questions to try to get a kind of baseline diagnostic or diagnosis, however, it's the same thing, of said patient. And they are assigned to be seen in the order of severity. If you came in with a gunshot to your chest, you're going straight back. People will be moved to get you in there. If you came in with a stubbed toe and there's a gunshot wound ahead of you, you're waiting. Like I said, I used to work security at a hospital, and one of the big things that stood out to me was we had a young couple with what was obviously their first child, still as a baby, still like car seat, had to be carried everywhere, wasn't really all that mobile on its own age baby, little bitty guy, infant, I wouldn't really say newborn, but somewhere between newborn and toddler, little guy or girl, I don't remember. And they said that they had come to my hospital after waiting at the other hospital for 4 hours. And after about 3 hours, they got up to leave, and I went out. They were obviously distraught. They were annoyed. They were livid, blah, blah, blah. Pick your adjective, or verb, or noun, or whatever the hell it is supposed to be. And I went out and talked to them and told them flat out, I know you're upset because you've been waiting for a while, and your first child, you're visibly worried about your child's well-being. And I had to explain to them the urgency rule. Generally, if you bring your child into the emergency room and you're not seen for a few hours, you can kind of take that as it ain't that serious. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, because of EMTALA, you have to be seen by a words are hard. Inconvenience, and no, you're actually dying, or you would be dying if you weren't seen immediately. That's rare, but everything has to balance through the lens of that could happen. Because unfortunately, the U.S. is extremely litigious. We like to sue people. And a good chunk of the hospital bills and stuff are literally just going to fight frivolous lawsuits. And there's a lot of times the lawsuits are settled, they pay out, just because it's going to be cheaper to pay out the freaking lawsuit than it is to actually fight the damn thing. It's not because the case has any merit at all. It's just sometimes cheaper. Think of it as which one's less of a pain in the butt. Okay, so I got one more thing to build. One more thing to build on this, and that is I need to make excited photonic matter. And the other nice thing about the way I laid this out, ooh, that's going to be really, really nice. Now, if you're not aware, excited photonic matter is the easiest thing in this game to make. It literally cost nothing. So I'm going to bring that over here because the quantum encoder has one liquid input. I thought they had two. What the hell goes into these things? Okay, Fixonium, that's a solid. Electromagnetic control rods, that's Trigon solid. Okay, so one liquid. And I want the green to face this way because I'm going to line up the output. I wouldn't say typical American, but it happens more often than it should. And I won't even blame a lot of the Americans for it. One thing that I think definitely should be illegal is you should, under all circumstances, be allowed to go consult an attorney to see if you're actually being screwed over. But there's a lot of times that attorneys will pressure someone into starting a lawsuit, even though it's not really all that big. There's not really that much of a reason for it. So, as much as I want to blame, just being an American and stuff like that, there's a lot of very predatory practices that go around it. Well, there's some people out there that are literally just scum, and they go out of their way to find some reason to sue anything that moves. I'm trying to get the liquid output of those converters to line up with the liquid input of these quantum encoders. Because my goal is to literally just run a pipe down below and literally just split them off into the 5 machines. Because I need 5 of those to feed into 20 of these. So, well, math says just use 1 to feed 4 machines. Right? Right. And if I was smart, I'd find some kind of some place to measure on the quantum encoder so I wouldn't have to do this, but I'm not that smart. Like I said, there's some really scummy people out there who do some really, really scummy things just in order to get the potential for a lawsuit. And unfortunately, the States has a huge problem with insurance fraud across the board in all regards. One of the most common forms of insurance fraud is vehicular insurance fraud, in which I hate saying all the time, but I'm trying to think of how to phrase things. A person will drive very erratically. They'll drive kind of slowly, and then all of a sudden they'll lock up their brakes in order to have you rear end them while driving. And they'll do it so out of the blue that you won't see it coming. And then next thing you know, all of a sudden, this minor fender bender, because, you know, you just barely got bumped, turns into this whole huge,
Oh my God, I've got a broken back because you hit me.
or, you know, name your medical problem. Okay, so grab this power wire, bring it here, and send it down here. I think I'm going to set these up first, and then we'll start worrying about the 3 different solids that come in here. Because we've got Fixonium, we've got electromagnetic control rods, and the Fixite trigons, or Fixit trigons. Wow, YouTube really screwed up the reporting there. I went from 8 viewers to none, to 1, to none, to 6. Wow. I thought everybody left all at once. Unless there was a serious freaking problem with YouTube. My serious problem in YouTube? That would never happen. Yeah, let's get a pipeline hole. I think horizontal to vertical should work. And that's basically dead middle of that line, so that tells me where these are supposed to go. The drawback is I'm going to have to go down below and do a lot of stuff down below. Okay. You're going to put some little shorties. Because unfortunately, all of the solids, I can move the belts down, lower the pipes. There doesn't seem to be any type of stacking for the sealing pipes. Obviously, I could be incorrect on that, and if somebody knows how to stack sealing pipes, please let me know, but at the moment, I have no fracking clue. No, wait, that's right. That should be in between the lines. That is in between the lines. That's in between the lines. All right, that's in the right spot. It's actually on the line with that center thing. Need to go put floor holes in front of every single one of these. That's going to take a hot minute. The nice thing is, they're kind of tucked in. I don't know if I can make that turn or not. I don't know if I can make that bend. Yeah, I can make that bend. Cool. Awesome. Fantastic. And at the edge of my power wire, so I probably need to run another power wire. Yeah, we'll just run another power wire. I'm not worried so much about the flight up here. I'm more worried about the flight when I'm down below. Because obviously I got to do a lot of work down below. And it would be beneficial to not be in the water when I'm doing that. And the hover pack is Kind of probably the most useful item in this game. Just makes lining things up so much easier when you can see it from above. It's one of the reasons I get the hover pack as soon as I can. Because I really, really like the hover pack. Alright. Probably need to bring in a power wire down this side as well. I want to make sure when I'm down below building these pipes and stuff, I'm not falling. I'd like to not get too wet. No, I'm going to try not to go for a swim. Okay, now we can hook up the pipes, which we can just grab this pipe and get those all buttoned up. And I'll get everything into these that I can. Obviously, I can't put Fixonium in here because I don't have Fixonium. I also have to remember I have to run pipes out of here as well. Because these are all going to make dark matter residue. But, according to my math, the 2240 dark matter residue that's going to be made will have to fit into 4 pipes. 2,240 divided by 600 is like 3.73. So yeah, awesome. That's a win in my book. 9. Really? How the hell did that end up on? Oh yeah, that's probably the nuke merger. How's that going to work? Is it going to work? Yes. Yes, it will. Awesome. Fantastic. We'll just nudge these into place and drop them by 1. It is gone? What is gone? Your sanity? My sanity? If you're talking about my sanity, that went away a long time ago. I am so close to having this done. I am so happy. The bed? Cool. Little man finally get a big boy bed. It's one thing I will say I really liked about the bunk beds we had for the kids. The fact that some bunk beds don't really work too well as not bunk beds. The bunk beds that we had worked really well to split into not bunk beds, just normal beds. So when the kids each got a little too big to be sharing a room, or just decided they hated each other because siblings, we just took the bunk bed apart and gave them each their own bed, and then at some point in time they got like real beds. The bunk beds were real beds. Yeah, slightly more grown-up looking beds. That makes sense. Glad somebody around here makes sense, because I sure the hell don't. Cool. glad to see he's getting a little bit more mature. I know he's got his issues. God knows I know, because a lot of the issues he has are very similar to the issues I have. As we've discussed many times. I'm a role model or some such shit. Oh, cool. That's too far apart for me to actually get the line. Oh, screw you then, jackass. So it's on that one. That one. That should be lined up. That one goes to there. Are we on the line? We are on the line. Cool. I got a call. What did I miss? Not a whole lot. Working on my pipe. I'm playing with my pipes today. Yep, I saw that one coming. How's that for annoying as crap? Encoders are just barely too far apart. How the hell did it work on that? Oh, because the last one's not encoder to encoder. It's converter to encoder. So I'm going to do that on every freaking one of these. Nice thing is I might be close enough to get my magic you're in line. I'm not close enough to get my magic you're in line. Or something's being squirrely. Oh, yeah, that's why. I can't get the magic you're in line because there's actually a rise here. If you notice, they're not the same height. So there's a little bit of lift. And I purposely did space those down just a little bit. I realized I moved my camera, so that's probably not in line anymore. I moved those down a little bit so I didn't end up with the your pipe's too short. Shh, don't tell everybody, game. Hey, I think the kiddo's home. And the freaking dog decided it didn't like the kid. I mean, I don't blame him. The kid smells funny. You're not making fun of your children. Do you really have children? Doo-doo, doo-doo. I think Doggo is more like, you smell funny. You smell like other people. I'm going to bark at you. Okay. So that should be excited photonic matter all taken care of. Short of setting the overclock on the actual converters. There will be no sloops involved in this process. Why no sloops? Because they're free. It's free to make. And we're not going to go through and try to figure out how much power this is going to consume. Because obviously that's a lot of freaking... That's a lot. We need to set the overclock on these. They are supposed to be overclocked to 224%. Cool. Seems to be a magic number for this build. Boop. And boop. Boop, 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 boop. But yeah, excited photonic matter. Ingredients. Jack and shit. Just using the power of friendship. Okay, so that's step 1. We got 4 steps total. And like I said, I've got a... Idjit is tearing it up. Definitely. I'm getting this done. I don't know about everybody else, but this build is taking a long goddamn time. I don't know how people like Kibitz do this stuff for as long as they have. I think his build's over a year long now. But he does a lot more decor than I do. Now, the big drawback is going to be making sure everything is running up to snuff. So when I'm all said and done with this, I will go through and we'll do a lot of balancing, and then that'll probably be done off stream like normal. And then we'll do a tour. Might be a video. Probably have a couple streams where I'm just going through and like cleaning stuff up, kind of hang out and chill streams. I mean, a lot of these have been hang out and chill streams. You might learn a little bit here and there, but for the most part, it's just chill while I build this behemoth. You got to kind of admit, this has definitely been a pretty drastic build. Lot of moving parts. If anybody's wondering why I'm putting that one pipeline junction down just to get rid of it, yeah, I'm using it as a spacer. Because I have two different things that come out of here. I've got the Fixonium fuel rods, and I have dark matter residue. I need them both. Neither one is trash. Chugga chugga choo choo. Oh yeah, we got a lot of work to do on the train. A lot of supports to put down, a lot of cleanup to do. Basically, every single incline I gotta do. A lot of cleanup on the curbs. Maya got you excited? Oh my. I don't think I want to know, but the dirty part of my mind is curious. I mean, every part of my mind is dirty, but there's certain parts that are dirtier than others. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Don't tell him not to share. Share them cooties. We all know Maya's got cooties. You cuties. That. Mind upward, sir? No. No. It likes living in the gutter. I'm a cutie cootie. Uh-huh. Whatever you have to tell yourself, Maya. Okay. So each one of these is going to crap out 5.6 Fixonium fuel rods per minute. We're going to need a Mark II belt down here feeding into this whole system. And we're going to feed this system from over here because this is where the fuel rods are made. And I'm not running them all the way down there just to feed them in the way I've been feeding in all the rest. Are you smoking, Idjit? No, I'm just vaping like normal. I don't know why I put that there. It goes there. Now you know I like my my illegal substances added to my coffee. Let's get some music going. We need music. Unfortunately, it's still the same playlist because I've been too lazy to fix it. Hey, yeah, I've been too busy trying to get this world to balance out. Now here's a interesting thing. Yeah, I can't do it that way. Because I need them all to merge. Before they go down the I need them all to merge onto one belt before they split off into the reactors. So I'm going to run all of these to all but the first row over there to the left. The last row will run to the right, and they're going to basically combine and then move into that last row and then come down and split out into the those. Yeah, that'll make sense. That'll work. It also means I don't need the mergers on this side. It'll make sense, I promise. At least to me. Johnny's over there getting Casper riled up on Twitch. No, I will not explain further. Okay. So I need a merger. Goes that way. Boo-doo-doo. Alright, now does it make sense? Make a lot more sense if this was in the right freaking spot. Do-do-do. Yeah, some of these will be getting upgrades. Oh, you son. Oh. It's too short. It's never going to set me. I'll never be a real boy with it being that short. It's okay, Johnny still loves me. Tiny Dancer. No, we're not doing Tiny Dancer. Okay. So all those belts are going to go, or all those pipes are going to go that way. And like I said, I don't need mergers for this. I just need splitters. There'll be a whole lot of Mark II belts. I'll tell you that one right now. Oh yeah, by the way, off stream, I put in the other 45 nuke plants. Ooh. One thing I did just remember is those aren't in the right spot. Because even though I don't need this, we don't need to bring back our good friend Mini Lift. I do have to put in that. Even though they're not going to have a waste product, I'm assuming they still need water. Let me check Modeler real quick. Yes. 27,000 cubic meters of water. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Maya's over there weeing on Twitch. You can take that one however you want. Water park or water sports? I know what you said. I mean, what do you mean? No, and for a change, you didn't misspell anything either. God, you're a friggin' dork. Casper, is that how you feel when you call me a dork? She got into the sugar again. That seems likely. What's the burn rate on these? Oh, awesome. Let me check my overclock here. Even though I'm... No, not doing that shit. Don't cross the belt. Don't cross the streams. What am I doing? I mean, I know what I'm doing. It's just I'm doing it kind of stupidly. Oh yeah, there's only like 9 of these. On your knees, girl. On your knees. You know how to ask nicely. Okay, this should be all fully overclocked. Until I actually get a Fixonium fuel rod. Peas and carrots. It's not pleas and carrots, it's peas and carrots. Okay, so each of these make my Fixonium. And I will be making 224. Of course it's 224. I don't even know why I freaking bothered to look. Maya's in kind of a mood today. Ah, why did you remember you can gamble? Do what I can. Yep, I appreciate it. Keeps the chat moving and grooving. Is the mature one? Wait, wattage? Wattage be the mature one? What freaking weird parallel universe have I stumbled into? Oh, and wattage is as much of a degen as the rest of us. Don't let him fool you. Or he only comes around when we're being degenerate. I should tell you everything you need to know right there. Oh wait, no, these are Mark 3s, not Mark 2s. 224, not 112. Okay. The drawback is I gotta feed 3 different solids into the system. And I can't really feed them from up above. So we're gonna do one on a flat, one coming in the other way on a flat, and the other one coming, yeah, well, I'll figure it out. Sounds like something to figure out when I'm down below. Till then, a whole bunch of floor holes. Obviously, I could bring a conveyor over the top. It would look kind of, screw it. I'll do one of them from above. I'll make my job a lot easier. Bring 2 of them in from below, 1 of them in from above. It'll probably be Fixonium in from above because it's right there. Is everybody having a good weekend so far? Or has it just been kind of subpar? Hey, it's 3:30. There should be a panda on the screen. Somehow you're tolerating the content. Smack that like button. Smack the subscribe button if you're new. We got 9 people watching and only 4 likes. Come on, people. You can do better than that. Yeah, we won't send the Fixonium down below. Obviously, this row here is going to be really easy because, yeah, I don't have to fight with nothing. The other 2 rows, that's going, or the other 3 rows. There's 4 rows. And each of these only get 5, no. They each get 11.2 Fixonium. So, that's a single Mark 1. And it's 11 times 5. 11.2 times 5. That's still under 60, so. Yeah, I guess I could just do that. I'm debating about whether I just want to bring. Yeah, that would probably make the most sense. If I just brought the hell are you doing at an angle? How the hell is that feeding off at an angle? I guess it's not. If I just brought these over like this, I don't have to jump the belt once. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ah, I don't have any power over here. Run away! do, 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 Why jump the belt when I could just says it's clipping, but I don't see no damn clipping. Hate when it lies to me. There we go. Then we'll just bring that belt right under here. Hey, look at that. Do, 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 do. The game is now lying to chat. Why is the game lying to chat? I'm lost and confoozled. Why am I lost? I don't like being lost and confoozled. Because the same things are clipping. Oh, yeah. It's doing a lot more than lying to chat. It's lying to me. That's a big old no-no. Oh. Trying Trying to put splitters where they don't belong. Because it's 4 rows of 5. Not 5 rows of 4. No. You don't get to be a Mark 6. You ain't good enough for that shit. Yeah, you live to pilfer another day. Oh, yeah, I think I found a new microphone. It's a wireless podcast mic. So, like, it can be used wirelessly, or it can be hooked up via USB or, what is it, XLR? Somebody knows microphones. I do. Wattage, isn't that, like, your big thing is, like, musical stuff and, like, stuff in that world? Because I know absolutely shit about mics and all that stuff. Okay. So now we need to get we got the Fixonium over here. Even though we don't even have Fixonium because we don't have the plutonium waste to make it. We need to get the trigons over here, and we got 4 belts of those. So that's going to be kind of easy because we're just going to run individual belts down each row. Because it's already, I think I've already got it into a 4-to-4 splitter. Otherwise, I'll put it into a 4-to-4 splitter. And we need the electromagnetic control rods, the last thing that the trains bring in. Speaking of trains, how's the copper powder doing? Yeah, still kind of good. Concrete's still looking pretty good. Maybe it was just the iron plates that needed a second train. Maybe we won't need a second train for the other two because they stack so dense. Coffee. Okay. So now oh, that's gonna be fun. Now I need to bring the EM control rods, and I'm just gonna call them EM control rods because saying electromagnetic control rods 8 billion times is kind of annoying. Because I want a better microphone, and I know I need a better microphone. I got 224 of these, if I remember right. But I am completely and totally lost. And, you know, the whole stream from the living room thing kind of bites me in the ass a little bit. At the moment, I kind of need wireless. I know wireless normally means subpar quality. Or not so much subpar quality as in like the build's going to be subpar quality, just I'm not going to get the quality voice for it. I think that kind of makes sense. I know, but the kid is also bringing a bunch of shit back and planning on putting it in said spare room. So until his crap gets here, and I can figure out how much space that's going to take, I can't really do a damn thing with the spare room. As long as you don't buy a headset, it's not that bad. I'm currently using a headset. How bad is it? I know one of the biggest problems when I go in and edit my videos and stuff is anytime I use a word that starts with a P, I got that pop. It's kind of hard to get rid of. I've been trying to balance it out in DaVinci, and sometimes it works okay. Okay, so no matter what, I'm gonna have to bring these down. They're gonna have to come down to like here to get split because I got that pipe there that I can't. I mean, I guess I could do that with the EM rods. I can't do it with the other ones. Honestly, one of my biggest issues is sometimes, randomly, when I'm going through and editing my videos, sometimes I get spikes that sounds kind of staticky, robotic. Yeah, the drawback is I don't want a lav mic. I don't see there's a lot of point in me having a lav mic if I can do something else. I'd love to have a boom mic, but that means running a wire between my PC, which is about 10 feet away from me. That's up there wattage. At the moment, I make absolutely dick from doing this. I won't say I make absolutely nothing. I do make a tiny bit from my streaming because I've got a couple subscribers over on YouTube or Twitch. Wattage, would you care if I sent you the mic that I was looking at? Because like I said, I'm kind of limited to wireless at the moment until I get my desk set up. Once I get my desk set up, then a lot of things in stream will change. Maybe I'll start making some actual quality content. Don't hold your breath on that one. I'll admit a lot of the tech stuff makes no sense to me. So, especially when it comes to like audiophile stuff, it was never a world that really mattered to me. I can tell when, you know, somebody's running a crappy mic or they're not checking their audio levels in post-processing. And that's one of the things that really bugs me about certain creators when you have to crank up your whatever device you're listening to on because they're so fucking quiet. And one of the big problems for me is I'm pretty soft-spoken most of the time. I'm a lot louder when I'm on stream than when I'm not on stream. I got pounded into my head at a very young age. Speak for your audience. If your audience is 5 feet away from you, you don't need to speak to them like they're 50 feet away. I'm sure everybody can relate to that person they may or may not know, or that they can think of off the top of their head, that does their phone calls on speakerphone and basically pretends like nobody else is around. Yeah, and I know Shure and Rode are like two of the big names. They're just, you know, they're salty. And I don't mind throwing a little bit of money at, you know, this whole process, but I ain't got a crap ton of money to burn. I ain't got that piss around money just yet. Why did it work there, but it didn't work here? Oh well. I have no idea. No. I've been hearing a lot of stuff about like DJI, and there's another one coming up. That I've been hearing a lot about, but I can't think of the name off the top of my head. It's like, from what I've read, one of the biggest problems with the Rode is you're not really buying a single mic or anything like that. You're buying a system, and everything has to work with said system. Like a lot of proprietary stuff. Obviously, anybody who's in the know, feel free to correct me, but all I'm going off is what I've read. Unfortunately, I have to get rid of all of these because they were put in before the splitters, and if they don't hook back up. One thing I'd like to see, fixed or something in updates is shit actually connecting. I think for now I'd probably like to keep it under $100, which I know is gonna throw a big limit into a lot of stuff. But like I said, I'm not really making bank, but that's okay. I'm still small. I'm still getting it up there, getting it out there, however you want to phrase it. Well, this last month has been incredible on just the amount of support and views and subs and everything. Okay, so now I need to go get the ingots or the trigons. So I got 4 belts I got to run over here, and the more I'm thinking about it, how much room? I left myself a crap ton of room. Okay. I did not leave myself much room here. This is gonna... Oh, shit. I didn't leave myself much room there on either of those. That kind of bites me in the ass. Give myself a lot more room here. There we go. I think you forgot one connection on one of the lifts. That one's not hooked up. That one's not hooked up. Main line where it splits off. Those are all feeding in. Maybe not. Yeah, got a problem. This might be what is being talked about. fucking hell is that? All right, if I tackle what you think I missed, let me know. And or what you saw that I missed. Obviously, I'm going to go through and check all the lifts to see if they're actually getting materials. If the lift says they've got materials, that means things are working. Alright. We got rods, got rods, got rods, got rods, 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 and rods. Alright, that should be it. Alright, so that's splitter I missed. Alright, thank you. Now we got to bring 4 belts of trigons down here. And honestly, to a point, it's going to be easier just to do this. I do have a 4-to-4 balancer here, so yay. Honestly, I'm kind of a fan of spacing these back a little bit, so when I fly over or check or whatever, I can literally just see if there's I can see the output belts. Might seem a bit silly, but we all do our silly things. No, actually that works perfectly. Thank you very much. Damn Girl Scouts and their cookies. Yep. And Thin Mints, my mortal nemesis. Yeah, I don't care for the Samoas. Casper, quite frankly, it's not like either one of us needs Girl Scout cookies. That too. The friggin' price tag on Girl Scout cookies has gotten to be pretty freaking absurd. I'm pretty sure I could like import them from whatever country they're buying them from for cheaper. I'm purposely not running a super long belt here solely because I grabbed the inside track. The inside track is always the shortest. Ask any racer. mean, honestly, the Thin Mints are like the only one I'll eat. I mean, I can buy the like branded Thin Mint ice cream and get my Thin Mint fix for cheaper than I can buy the goddamn cookies. Kind of stupid. I hate how there's that little kick to it. And that one's kicked the other way. That one's just being stupid. So is that one. Felix, what's going on, bud? The nice thing is, if I come back in after I build that one, then might be able to get this to fix itself. The fuck? Are those not actually in a straight line? No, they're not. Or something's screwed up because that line's at kind of a. Why is that line not? Yeah, I don't know if this is other auto build mode and rotate once and rotate back on one support. It wouldn't be that bad if they would all just curve at the same point. I can tolerate knowing that they're, slightly off. I guess when I put them down, they're not actually straight. Yeah, I can deal with that because they're all shifting at the same point. But yeah, it's kind of bullshit. Straight build mode doesn't actually give you straight felts. I want straight felts. They look pretty. They look nice. They keep my freaking issues in check. Somewhat. I do love how much default and straight play to get nicely though. I'm just having the internet of hell at the moment, barely working, always shutting off. Yeah, that sucks. I had that the other day when my internet just completely stopped working, and then I scheduled a technician to come look at it, and a couple hours after I was supposed to start streaming, it magically just started working again. The technician told me that the electric company had been doing work in the area, and they messed up one of the fiber lines. And it's like, yeah, it'd be really nice if my internet company that I pay money to could convey, hey, there's an outage in your area that we're working on. Any decent ISP can tell, you know, when there's a signal drop. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, screw it. Oh, not a problem, dude. I just appreciate you guys being here, honestly. Okay, so yeah, that one will work. Did I just measure that and that worked fine? Oh well. Whatever. Oh, I measured the outside that became the inside track. That was my problem. Now, you guys don't want to know how much time I spend off stream hiding up my belts. It's a lot. I mean, I showed you guys what I did with the copper powder when it was looking like PU. What did you do? Go from a QRT to the other, whatever the hell the other type is. I know there's a, what the F? Oh, is there really that much of a difference between, like, I'm guessing you mean like English versus American on the keyboards? Especially with the Y and Z? Oh, you'd have to send me a freaking picture of the two different keyboards. Because now I'm just baffled. I'm willing to accept that little bit of clip. Because quite frankly, I don't know what the F is going on. Oh, I see what's going on there. I see, said the blind man to the deaf fish. Careful not to touch the water. The water is poison. I use an AZERTY keyboard, so the W is at the bottom where the Z is. All right, I gotta see pictures of these other keyboard layouts. I knew there was other keyboard layouts, and especially like when you get into different languages. But now you guys got me curious. Because, I mean, I've been using a QWERTY keyboard my entire life. What the? We're just going to go over here. I mean, I learned how to type when I was little bitty. My grandmother had an old IBM Selectric typewriter, and you can, or you can just post it in the Discord. Do we have any more coffee? Oh. I didn't know if we already killed the second cup. Maybe that was my second cup or not. Okay, so this time I'm going to be running the belts. Ooh, I'm really close to the water. I'm going to be running them this way because I got 4 belts. There's 5 machines running this way, and there's 4 running that way. What the? Where the hell's the M key? What the hell is it doing over there? I mean, beyond that, they're mostly in the same place. X and W switched, and Z and W. I thought it's yeah. Z and W switched. Q and A switched, and comma has moved one to the left, and semicolon and switched down to where comma is, and M took its place. What the fuck? What the hell is Ver and Maj? Okay, yeah, that's a whole thing. I agree with Johnny's comment on that. No, sir, I don't like that. You know, I'm gonna do this maybe the smart way, and just put these splitters on the bottom of the. Can I just put them on the bottom of these and? Yeah, that'll work. It's gonna look kind of funky, but you know. Me do funky things? Yep. Yeah, I can dig that. Where should I put? Just chatting's fine. I mean, I can see that if that's the keyboard that you got used to growing up. I can see how switching keyboards, because like that would be a pain in the ass for me to use. Because like I said, I've been typing on a QWERTY keyboard since I was 3. I think I honestly learned how to type before I learned how to write. So we'll run this belt. In like that. Yeah, that's one of the things about it. Kind of depends on when you learn as well, because one of the big things that they always say is learning a new language when you're the best time to learn a new language is like elementary school, And it gets harder the older you get. Because your brain's not as elastic. Or some such shit, I don't know. So like me in my 40s learning a new language would be a hell of a lot harder than it would have been in my 20s or my teens or my preteens, my single digits. That's why people from countries that have multiple languages, oh shit, that's not gonna work over here. Crap, I don't have the... Well, they're just right in front of these. Boop, boop. Oh, the ergonomic keyboards? Where they split it down the middle because it's supposed to be better for your like carpal tunnel and stuff. Yeah, those suck. Alright. So we got the splitters in place. I've been typing the European layout for 13 years now, switched 1 week ago. And see, now I'm just kind of curious as to how old you are. Because when I said I learned how to type before I learned how to write, we're talking mid 80s. I'm a little on the old side, but not everyone got that luxury. And my first game console, I guess you'd call it, kind of, sort of, TM question mark, was more of a calling it a PC would be a stretch, but it was kind of a home computer. I missed one. I missed one. And I was thinking about this before stream. I'm 25 now. See, I was thinking about this earlier, and this kind of ties into this. As soon as my keyboard wants to work, because I found out one of my YouTube viewers is only 19 or 20, somewhere around there, and it's like, that's actually kind of good to me, because I always thought my content mainly attracted people of my age, you know, late 30s, 40 somethings or older. So to know that I have regular viewers, regular chatters, whatever, that are younger than that, means I'm doing something kind of sort of right. Maybe. Or at least not too wrong. I'm 29. I'm old as well. Yeah, that's... Depends on their mindset. Yeah, that, and one of my YouTubers, I honestly thought he was close to my age because he's got that maturity about him. Turns out I was massively off on age. And I realize I probably will never really be all that appealing to like teenagers and stuff. But screw that shit. I'm not gonna be the brain rot stuff. Every 5 seconds I'm not gonna be dropping a meme in the stream. Oh no. Now that I know that all I have to do is transpose the Z's and Y's, it's not a problem if you misspell. Okay, I think that's all hooked up. I think. Nope. And I need to go through and properly adjust these belts and lifts to the correct speeds. The Y and the Z flipped. Okay, unfortunately the other keyboard didn't, oh, there it is. Okay, so that's a QWERTY. Oh no, holy shit. It is literally the exact same except for the Z and the freaking Y is flipped. And I will say Z, especially since I think it is a lot of Europeans in here. Actually, Johnny, that actually begs a question. I know here in the States we say Z. We don't say Z. And Canada is kind of like one of those weird ones that can't really decide if it's European or not. Proximity, it's basically American, but beyond that, it's not. You guys say Z? It's Zet. I've always heard Z. Z-E-D. And the weird thing isn't even the Z, it's zebra. Like the horse with the stripes on it is pronounced zebra. In at least from what I know of the UK. Unfortunately, my standard UK person isn't here right now. I don't. We say Zet. See, this is one of the things I love about this shit, is I get to learn all this stuff about all these other countries. Spoken zebra. Zebra. Spoken zebra. Yeah, we just say zebra. Oh yeah, I guess it's the same thing. But I've actually heard people say the word zebra. My mind like shut down the first time I heard it. Because it's like, no, that's not right. Why are you saying that? So in Belgium it's Zet. I would love to have the mental acuity, mental elasticity, whatever, intelligence to actually learn some other languages. It's just here in the States, it's not something you're really exposed to. Okay. Let's go ahead and power up this whole system over here. Bring actual power wires over here. Get rid of my flight lines. Is that your native? Is German? I don't think I ever really asked Felix where he was from. Or I did and I promptly forgot. That's a very real possibility. I know a bit of German, but not really. Okay, so electromagnetic control rods can be Mark 1s. The trigons need to be at least Mark 3s. My biggest problem is I absolutely cannot roll my R. So if the language requires me to roll my R, I'm screwed. And I've had many people over the years try to teach me, and it's just not happening. Move to Germany, though. Yeah, my biggest problem with German is counting. I mean, counting is such a pain in the ass in a lot of languages. German, Japanese, it's a fucking nightmare. I mean, just straight counting. Counting is easy in Japanese. It comes to when you go to counting things that Japanese gets really, really, really fucked up. Not to mention there's two different words for some numbers because there's the whole she thing. I worked on trying to learn Japanese for probably about 6 months. Back when Rosetta Stone was actually a viable program. Hell of a lot better than Duolingo ever was. Have I tried counting in French? Nope. Depending on where they are in the U.S., further south means better chance of being exposed to Spanish. Yeah. Where I am, there's a very good chance of being exposed to German or Dutch or any other of the Germanic languages. Because a lot of my state was a lot of farmers, and a lot of the farmers that came to the U.S. were from Germanic states or Germanic countries, however you want to call it. Nope, can't do French, can't do German. Yeah, whatever the hell Johnny just said. Un, dos, tres, quatre. Yep, I got to I got to 5 and that's it. I mean, I can count to 3 in German. I mean, that one I know off the top of my head. It's ein, zwei, drei. I can count to 10 in Japanese. I can count higher than 10 in Japanese, but most of the time my brain shuts down. That's Ich, ni, san, yon, go, roku, shichi, hachi, Q, and ju. I get Q and ju mixed up. Huh? Oh, yeah. If my oldest was around here, he took Russian in school. I think he ended up with like 4 phrases out of that multiple years of taking Russian. Okay. You say Belgium has Dutch, German, and French as official languages. I've always looked at Dutch as a descendant language of German, and I think that's accurate. Like, To a point, if you understand German, you can kind of understand Dutch. To a point. Obviously not completely. Okay, so the $64 million question, and this can go to anyone and everyone. What languages do you speak? Whether it's spoken or written. I know there's people out there who they can write or type in a language, but when they can't do the phonetics to speak it, or just pure self-consciousness says, I can't speak fast enough to keep up with natives. And my biggest problem is trying to remember how to say German in German, because every time I try, it comes out as douche. Which, if you don't know what a douche is in English, yeah, look it up. I'm not gonna say it on stream. Dutch, English, French. You said Dutch twice, and a bit of Spanish. From over on Twitch, Dutch is basically German with a bunch of throat destruction. Okay, so Dutch, English, French, German, and a bit of Spanish. The worst thing is, I think Salmon tried to teach me how to count in Russian like multiple times, and it never stuck. Don't we have a regular viewer who's Russian? Oh, no, we got the Aussie. I'm just gonna go ahead and put those as Mark 6s just because, yeah, why not? At least into that splitter, then they can switch down. Okay. So, let me go over here and go back over to the fuel rods. I need to finish up a couple of things. I need to put the other lifts in. I need to put them at the right speeds. Yeah, because they're not even in up here. These need to be Mark 3s because I need 224 per. No, my mouth likes to try not to cooperate when I try to say Deutsch. Yes, I probably butchered the shit out of that, and I apologize, but just kind of a example of why my mouth does not cooperate. And yes, this entire time after I was talking about douche, I have literally been trying to sound that out in my head to try to say it as somewhat close as I could. I had learned a fair amount of Spanish when I was young, but then I moved up here and I found out that the Spanish I was learning, I have no fucking clue. I just know I say it badly. Because my brain looks at all the letters and it wants to say the freaking T and the S and the freaking C and everything else. That one's right, but I think that's the one I screwed up. So Deutsch. Hey, I'll be the first to admit, I don't really speak for other languages for shit. I wasn't exposed to a lot of other languages. My grandmother was my closest tie to German, and she stopped speaking German when she was like 10. And obviously she was my grandmother, so she was a little older than 10 when I knew her. Just a little bit. I mean, my aunt, I think, still spoke a little bit, but by the time I was really interested in it was, well, by the time I was interested in learning it, she had already passed. But my grandmother was the first English speaker in her family, and so she got kind of utilized as a translator a lot. Foxy, good morning. You're talking languages and how badly I don't speak other languages. Okay, so go hook up the trigons. Okay, I'm being corrected again. Deutsche. Yeah, see, like my brain doesn't want to work with it. My brain doesn't want to work with the freaking letters. It's one of those ones that I'd have to sound out multiple times, and that's how I did a lot of my Japanese. I had to say the same word over and over and over for it to actually get stuck in my head on the somewhat correct pronunciation. Okay, time to get these hooked up. Ah, those are up too high. Well, that one was fine. Try it without the yell mid. Not right now. Those didn't fill. No way in hell they filled those machines that fast. There's got to be something screwed up here. Oh yeah, there's something screwed up here. There's like belts missing. And I'm 3/4 Austrian. I'm half German-ish. German is the only lineage I can actually trace back to any real extent. Like most Americans, I'm a mutt. Okay, so check. Right, I should have more. Why am I not getting? Okay, we need to trace that one. Glad I did checked. Got a belt here that's not working. Grandfather's parents left him in Australia when he was 17 and made a life in Australia. Huh. Yeah, I can trace my grandmother's line back to 1818 when the family came from Germany. On to my night shift at work. Have fun. Yep, have a good one, Felix. Try not to work too hard. I'm just gonna dump some of these control rods because I don't want them in my inventory. Oh, come on. I got 9 more. All right. So, short of actually getting all the control rods into the encoders, everything else checks out. I'm 256 Japanese. Welcome back, SOS. Yeah, I'm half German, or discounting some of my lineage. I'm mostly German and Native American, and then the rest is all just mutt shit. A little here, a little there. Okay, check the actual nuke plant, see how it's doing. It looks like we're doing pretty good. I got gaps. Gaps are a good thing. If you ever build a nuke plant, gaps in your lines are good. And the reason that's good is I've got 2,520 coming out of the plants when they're all running perfectly. I don't run a load balancer on these, so one of those only has like 500, the other ones have like 1,000. So, what do I have left to do? Is it time to hook up? Oh, I know what I have to do. I gotta go swimming. I will say I love this. The light you get on the bottom of the nuke reactors. It's like I got lights underneath my... I'm gonna run my wires down and then I'll hook up the individual rows. Excuse me. Worst thing is I gotta put down more water extractors. Kinda before I can turn this on. Because I need all the water extractors for the Fixonium fuel rods. Let's go get the next wire, bring it down, and we can start hooking up the power plant. I guess I gotta put all the wires down for the plutonium fuel plant, or the plutonium fuel rod power plant. I just ran them straight across. Okay, I can do that. I will say I'm a little hesitant to hook up the plutonium. That kind of frightens me a little bit. Just a little bit, you know. I mean, I'm burning through enough filters as is. I had 400 on me. I'm down to 265. When I started messing with the fuel, the power plant today, I had 400. And I've got more in my dimensional storage, so, you know, pulling them down. And I kind of like doing this one step at a time. You know, I've got everything upstairs ready to process the plutonium. Let's start hooking these up. Put another wire. Down to about here. Another wire over to about here. And finally, one over there. Yay! First bit of water goes upstairs. You know, this isn't a major pain in the ass or anything. But I'm going to make you guys suffer with me. If I gotta suffer through making this crap, so do you guys. Share the pain, share the love. You guys can at least click off. I still have to deal with this. Okay, so I do need to fix that over here. I mean, I only got 180 of these things to hook up. Only. One, two, three. I mean, it's a small build, right? Not like I went overboard on my build or anything. Come here, little bastard. Remember, this is just row 1 out of 2.5. Yeah, I just really didn't want to do the power wires. I still don't want to do the power wires. This is probably my least favorite step. Because I've got 180 water extractors to hook up. I've got 90 pumps. So 270 things to hook up down here. All while trying not to forget to do any of them. I will probably forget at least one. I will be honest and say at least. I got all the water extractors built off stream. Oh, not all of them. You guys get to deal with some of the pain and suffering of building water extractors. I couldn't spare you guys of all the pain and suffering. You have to experience some of it with me. I don't know why I keep trying to bring that one so far that way when I know my power wire's over here. Because I purposely put my power wire there. It'd make a lot more sense to put it in the middle like that. Come on, give me that. Oh, and then remember, the funny thing is I've got more power wires to do. Because I've got the power wires for the nuke plant itself upstairs to do. So the next hour, this is probably going to be Power Wire Simulator. Welcome. Welcome to 2006's latest craze, Power Wire Simulator. You too can be a lineman.
Daddy, I want to be a lineman when I grow up.
Well, start eating your skull now, young man. You'll need it. Grants you electrical immunity. Do not take that advice seriously. Skull brand chewing tobacco does not make you immune to electricity. You will still fry the exact same if you are chewing Skull as you will if you're chewing anything else. This has been your warning. Don't listen to Idjit. He is an Idjit. Oh, just think, I got a whole nother playthrough coming up that I got to build trains. Because you know there's going to be a worldwide train network. I may not rely on the train so much, but there will be trains. Is it actually possible to play this game and not build trains? I'm not sure. You gotta have trains. They go chew. And they go chugga chugga. And sometimes they even go choo choo. I will try to break it up so I don't do like entire streams or episodes of non-stop train building. It'd be like an hour here, hour there. I got lights. You know what lights mean, right? It is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'd like to take this moment to remind you, if you have not already, please remember to smack the crap out of that like button like it owes you money. Okay, where did these ones go? Here. Here. I kind of feel like I should just build this all the way across and just hook up this whole freaking line. Good luck? Good luck with what? What are we good lucking about? Power wire simulator? I'm already pretty much there. All I have to do is actually hook up this power plant and I'll have my 2 terawatts. But thank you. Now the next playthrough in 1.2 is going to be 5 terawatts. Because I'm insane and I want more power. And I've been given a blueprint, so, or a roadmap? I don't know, what would you call that? A roadmap? Oh, the roadmap's only good for about 3 terawatts? But I'm gonna push it. I'm sitting at 1.1 terawatts right now. And just what's sitting above my head's another half a terawatt. Hey, it's a suggestion I'm going to follow, but I'm looking at kind of a roadmap. I'm going to do a lot more number crunching on it, but It leaves a lot of sulfur and coal on the table, so yeah, that's more power. And I'm kind of curious as to how much power you could make from using every bit of sulfur, coal, uranium, SAM, everything. Just everything across the board. Yeah, my wires are getting sloppy. You tell I'm getting tired of this crap. And the worst thing is I got more to do. Always more power wires. Oh yeah, I'll make the ones up top look pretty, but the ones down here, they can look like the dookie. At least I won't have to worry about falling anymore. Oh. Good God. I looked down the row. No. No. It's like when you're climbing a really tall spot, they tell you never look down. When you're building a bunch of stupid shit, they tell you not to look and see how much more stupid crap you have to build. Shut up, Amaya. You're sarcastic. Condescension. Actually, can you have sarcastic condescension? Or is it kind of already implied that it's sarcastic because it's condescending? I didn't do nothing. You did too. You made me hope. How dare you give me hope? It should be a crime in some countries. So many power wires. So many power wires. Do, 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 do. Now place your bets now. How many power pumps, or how many of these water extractors and or pumps will not be getting hooked up today because I forget them? As I already proved earlier, I'll forget belts. If I can forget a freaking conveyor belt, I can definitely forget a power wire. And I have an electric personality, thanks to my, man, the sarcasm is just dripping out of her today. Like I said, she's in a mood today. Oh. I thought I was at the end of this row. I know I'm nowhere near the end of the line. I mean, honestly, I don't have... Yes, I do. I'm all shut up. Better go have a shower. That nose is brown as AF. No, that nose ain't brown. She's being sarcastic. She's being spiteful and hateful. She enjoys watching my pain and misery as much as you guys do. My slow descent farther into madness. Here's a brilliant idea. How about I play a more complicated game? You know, you may be playing Satisfactory a little too much when you wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat and realize you forgot a conveyor belt. And the worst thing is, I probably overreacted to that whole good luck thing because I took it as like sarcasm because I'm a very sarcastic person. It could have been like a legit well wish. And I'm just horrible. Now, 2 terawatts really isn't that bad. Now, when I, announce I'm going to go for 5, that's a little ambitious. A little. Now, Vog, I've got a question for you. Are you going to be trying to use that suggestion as well, or is that just a me thing? I'm definitely going for it. I mean, just going off the blueprint itself, it's 560 plus 280 plus... How much does plutonium give you? Or uranium? Uranium's another 630, 560. Times 1.25. That's 1,470 times 1.25. So that's not doing the math correctly. 2.25? Yeah, That's more like it. I wonder. Nope. Doesn't like that. I'm going with what. Yeah, that's kind of my game plan. I like that idea. Because, like I said, most people sleep on the alien power matrices because they're like, oh, it doesn't add that much. Because if you do enough of them. I think most people like kind of ignore it because it's like, okay, why do I need that much power? It's like, why do you not need that much power? I want to be able to. I want enough power that I can power multiple people's save games. I'm not just building my space elevator. I am powering the entire planet and beyond. I am powering the cosmos. Oh, by the way. Mate. Good day, mate. That's probably like an insult to have somebody from another culture say that. More power, less worry. Yeah, basically. I want enough power that, I can build anything I want to build, and I never have to worry about power. I have to worry about resources because everything's going into the power plant. And it's like one of those silly things, like, oh, how fast can I make space elevator parts? I don't care. I want to know how much freaking power I can make. I want to do actually figure up the theoretical limit on the max amount of power you can make with this finite amount of resources available on this planet. And then tell the developers I need more power. I need more resources to make more power. How am in the... I don't even know where the Fixonium generators end. I'm going to assume it's somewhere around here. The drawback is I really do have to get the Fixonium ones prepped and ready to go before I turn on the plutonium. Because I don't have any way to get rid of the plutonium waste, short of making Fixonium. And the worst thing is, when I was growing up, I was always taught the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Or keep it stupidly simple. This game kind of says, screw your KISS method. Make it as overly complicated as you possibly can. So now I need to go up and put the water pipes in. Pay no attention to the man coming up from underneath the floor. I am the people under the stairs. Well, lucky enough, I only got 45 of these to do. And that's another 90 freaking water extractors. Yeah, just 90. Not that bad. Baby steps, right? Damn it. I wish you could just feed the freaking waste right back in. Here, have your poopy. Eat it. Eat your poopy. I got myself offline. I still got like, what, 2.5 hours? It's not that bad. I got plenty of time. Okay, next row. Yep, I know. Intentionally. I haven't actually done the math on the speed I need. I think Mark 1 will work. Oh shit, that's easy. I just realized that the edge of this splitter's on that foundation line. Makes it a little bit easier. Well, it's 112 divided by 45. So each one's only going to eat 2.5. And there's 18 times 2.5. So only each of these rows are only going to get 45. But thank you for watching out for me. I also have a bad habit of laying everything out in Mark 1s and then swapping over to whatever belt I need. But for this, I'm actually okay with the Mark 1s. The feed belt that runs that way is a Mark 3 or Mark 2. Might be a Mark 2. It only needs to be a Mark 2, but I might have made it a Mark 3. Those look really, really far out there. Yeah, that's way too damn far out there. Why are you out there so far? Oh, because somehow I got way the F offline. I will say, I do very much want to power this plant up today. This might be one of those streams that doesn't end until the power plant goes live. So weird to not be hooking up the mergers. All splitters all the time. Let's do it. Oh, let's do it. Trying to figure out what the hell you were trying to say. It's like, I speak English and bad English, and that's kind of it. And profanity-laced English. Yes, thank you, Casper. I think that almost qualifies as bad English, though. The drawback is I don't have power here. I don't think I'm on the right line. Whee! Nudgies! It's also a weapon in High on Life. No clue. Alright. Hook that one up to that. Hook that up to that. You mean when I'm not busy trying to dial this in, because I guarantee I've got something broken. I can't tell you how long I spent last night after stream trying to dial in the train that comes into this system. And the worst thing is I couldn't even fully dial it in because I wasn't consuming the concrete and iron plates. And I didn't want to build anything like major off stream. Yeah, speed belts Mark II. Yeah, I wanted to be nice to my viewers and not build a bunch of crap off stream. I built some belts. I did some balancing. I think that's okay. I don't think you guys complain about when I do stuff like that. Okay, time to put the pipes in. We got the belts. Now it's time for the pipes. Because I can't really do the water extractors until I have the pipes in place. I can't really power this on until I have the water extractors in place. I mean, I could and just let the Fixonium build up, but eh. Yeah, I'll put the pipes in and then I'll go hook up the plutonium and start making really spicy waste. And the worst thing is I've probably seen videos for that High on Life. It's not clicking. There are so goddamn many video games now. Back in my day, we all played on the NES. And no, I will never, ever refer to that console as the NES. It will not ever happen. Just like I will never call the Super Nintendo the SNES. I cannot begin to describe the immense amount of hatred that courses through my freaking veins every time I hear somebody say that. I got an NES when I was 6. Really pissed off my father. because he saved for a good year and a half plus so he could get us an Atari 2600. And my grandmother hops in one Christmas and drops off a brand new NES. And, you know, all of a sudden, all of us kids didn't give a shit about that Atari anymore. But eventually he calmed down about it, and I have a lot of very fond memories of playing the Nintendo, the original Nintendo, with my dad. And then many years later, he got really big into like Civ games, like Civilization. His favorite was an old school game for Windows 95 called Colonization. That should kind of date the whole thing. Like, I honestly believe my mom and dad almost got divorced because of his addiction to that game. Alright, one more row. Or did I already did that row? Oh, I haven't done the far row yet. You know, the one that I don't have power on. So, not really gonna fly. Maybe if I hug over here, really, really tight. Nope. Alright. So that's the water pipes in. I got to go down and put the water extractors in, the pumps in, and all that fun jazz. But I think I'm gonna go hook up at least a couple of the plutonium plants. Let's go get spicy. And I'll probably run legit power wires all the way down here to Fixonium. Cool thing about power generators, if you're not aware, as long as you don't hook a power wire to them, everything else can be in them and they just won't run. The second you hook a power wire to them, they're like, okay, I got a grid. Have some power. But no, sir, I don't want your power. It's your power. You don't have to share with me. Yeah, let's get a little power. Let's make some plutonium waste. So that's just that one row got me another 100,000 megawatts. Oh shit. Wait, why are you not fully overclocked? I'm going to put the power wires in for this row, but I'm not going to hook up this row yet. I don't mind getting a little bit of Fixonium going. Oh shit. There's literally a whole step I forgot. See all these pipes here? Yeah. Those pipes are important. These pipes are really, really important. You don't want to know how important these pipes are. Level important. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, Fixonium fuel rods. Yay! They are a bit on the spicy side. They're optional. No, these are not optional. I wish they were, but no, sadly they're not. Hmm. You know, it's so nice working over here before it was irradiated. Stupid radioactive balls. Now these pipes contain the rest of my dark matter residue. Basically, anytime you run a quantum encoder, you make dark matter residue. Yeah, I'm getting that irradiated, and there's really not that much flowing down these belts at the moment. Yes. No, that's fine. Just like that. Yay, the pipes are done. Because otherwise, I'm going to stop making Fixonium fuel rods real fast because those things aren't going to be able to.
Ooh, look at the pretties. It's pretties.
Amaya,
I got the pretties.
Not many of the pretties, because I'm not really sending that much Fixonium over here. But at least now the dark matter residue's got somewhere to go. Alright, back to power wires. Yay, power wires. Everybody loves power wires. Yay. I'm surprised nobody's jumped into stream that, like, not familiar with my stuff and asked how much power I'm making. That was asked a lot when I did the 1 million stream. Like I said, I'm not hooking these ones up yet. I've got too much work still to do on the Fixonium ones. The last time I checked, I was at like 1.26. I won't be able to check again until I actually get to my grid. Yeah, right there. At 1.27, 1.28. Um, 630 from the uranium plus how many plutonium ones did I turn on? 1, 2. 90 divided by 5, 18. 17 times 625 or 625 and plus 1. What is it? 5,000? No, it's not 5,000. Give me a second, I'll be able to tell you exactly how much. I've got one of the plutonium ones doesn't get full overclock. I don't remember what it's overclocked to. It's this one. Maybe it's not that one. Yes. Now, it kind of depends on how you mean just nuclear. If you use the 2100 uranium that's on the map, that alone will get you 630,000 megawatts. The resulting uranium waste from that, gone through all of the steps to make it into plutonium pure rods, will get you an extra 600 or 560,000. And then the Fixonium will give you another 260,000. So 630 plus 560 plus 230, about 1.5 terawatts just from nuclear. I will answer your question, Sir Duck, in just a moment. By showing you the fruit of my labor. That is a Fixonium fuel rod. So I have some of the plutonium turned on. I do not have the entirety of the plutonium fuel plant turned on just yet. Solely because I still have work to do on the Fixonium fuel plant to get rid of all the extraordinarily spicy plutonium waste. I went onto the wiki and checked this not too long ago. And give me a second. Give me just a second. I'm trying to figure out. All right, there it is. Radiation. You actually look at the wiki on radiation. Every single piece of uranium gives you a 15 item decay radiation. A stack of uranium, 100 uranium, gives you 1500. In comparison to the 1500 per stack of uranium, a stack of plutonium waste gives you 100,000 item decay. So when I say plutonium waste is spicy, I mean it's really goddamn spicy. If you want to watch your iodine filters burn, put a couple stacks of new plutonium waste in your inventory and watch them melt. No. I can do worse. I can go near a storage bin full of uranium or plutonium rods. I can go somewhere that there's multiple stacks, or multiple storage bins full of plutonium rods. There's one thing I didn't realize is just because your radiation level spikes to the max of that little gauge that you see in the center at the top of my screen, there's whole levels above that. Like I can go sit on a pile of uranium waste and that thing will spike, but my filter won't burn as fast as it does if I get close to plutonium fuel rods. Remember, I don't have iodine filters completely automated. They're somewhat automated. I have to transport materials. So because of that, no, not you. A little bit lag. I mean, this is what the plutonium fuel rod looks like, but I'll show you how. I don't know how big of a screen you're currently watching on, but as you see, my radiation levels spiked up, and you can see how fast my thing's dropping. Now, if I come over here and sit on this storage bin, you see how fast it's dropping now? It's a little worse. I can sit on this uranium waste and it barely moves. Let me get away from that clown car. That clown car is carrying plutonium. See, that filter's barely moving. But if I come up here and sit on this stack, yes, But that kind of gives you an idea of how spicy plutonium is. If you ever had the bright idea to build a max uranium power plant, this is roughly how big it is. I'm still in uranium. This is the plutonium. Still plutonium. And Fixonium. You can see my radiation level bouncing as I get closer and closer to the fuel rods. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and pull the power wire through the Fixonium and then start work on the water extractors down below. I'd take you over to Modeler, but I don't have anything left to build. Well, short of a shit ton of water extractors. And really, it's not even that many. It's 90? Which, you know, sounds like a whole hell of a lot until you realize how many of them I've already built. On the positive side, you know, when I do the power wires for the Fixonium water extractors, it's only half what I put down for plutonium. I guess theoretically speaking, I could go ahead and hook up some of the Fixonium ones. They just don't have water, so they're not going to do anything until that happens. But yeah, every step after uranium is radioactive. And by uranium, I literally mean the raw uranium. So the uranium cells are radioactive, the fuel rods are radioactive, the waste is obviously radioactive. I'm not sure about the plutonium pellets because I didn't make plutonium pellets. I skipped that step by using alternate recipes. And one huge negative to remember is there is no way to get rid of Fixonium or Fixonium fuel rods short of burning it in a power plant. That's the only way to get rid of it. Did I already do this one? Yes, I did. So now I'll just drag a power wire down here beside my pipes. It seems like I'm not dead straight all the way down, and it's gonna bug me, but I'm not gonna fix it right now. Looks like I shifted a little bit to the right when I came down here. Other huge drawback is I will only be able to balance the system once everything is up and running. And I'm not really that worried about like blowing through my uranium or my iodine filters because I can't even tell you how many of them I've gone through building this. Alright, we got water extractors to build. But at least now I got power over here. I started today, before stream, with over 400 filters on me. I'm down to 211. It kind of gives you an idea how fast I'm burning through filters. Just a little bit of an idea. I just need a pipe. Horizontal to vertical, please. The hell are you being all weird? What do you mean? I'm allergic to pasta. Oh yeah. For the most part, I try to be pretty orderly in my builds. It's more calming to my mind. I'm a bit on the anal retentive side. I won't say I've got like OCD or anything like that. I'm just anal retentive. I think way too many people self-diagnose themselves with things that they don't really have. But yeah, if you're wondering how I make my extractors so pretty, that's how I do it. I just bring a horizontal to vertical pipe down, point the right direction, and wiggle it until it kind of tells me that it's straight up and down and facing the direction I want. Because all I'm doing is I'm pulling it out, or pulling it towards me until I can tell that the pipe is actually growing. And then I back it up one. That's it. Easy peasy. Took me quite a while to figure that one out, but I tried a lot of other methods to get this to look the way I wanted it to look, and this is so far the easiest method I've found. This is only step one of about a 5-step process to do the water extractors. I'll never be like drawing chaos and how nice he can make stuff look in this game, but I try to make it look at least not too janky. Alright. Grab some power shards. And I'm just spacing it a certain distance off that pipe and putting it down. Really wish I could have a blueprint for this, but you can't put water extractors in the blueprint maker. How many platforms apart are the pipe floor holes? I have no idea. I set them off the nuke plants themselves. I mean, I could count if you'd like. Five and a half, because that one's at the corner of that foundation, and this one's at halfway point. It's great to know if you could blueprint any of it. The only thing I was able to blueprint was the merger splitter, which I don't need for this step. The nuke plant literally comes from about the edge of this portion of the Spire Coast and runs down to about here, about the edge of the world over there. It's a little on the big side. There are many things that I would change on this nuke plant versus if I had to do it all over again. I'd have a much different train yard than what I have. Oh. Hi, little buddy. I forgot all about you. Why are you hiding up there? I was originally going to build the nuclear power plants more over in the corner of the world, but there's a problem with there's an area of the world that you can build normal stuff in, but you can't put water extractors in the water. Like, again, a lot of this resource is not deep enough, even though you're over like wide open blue water, and it's just, that's annoying. I can honestly say I've never played any of the Monster Hunter games. I is back. Yes, you is. Done with your phone call? Guessing your dad. Alright. That's... Hell, sometimes you can press escape to get out of the build menu, and sometimes you can't. I would strongly recommend not building a new plant in the Dune Desert, solely because of the sheer volume of water you're going to need. Unless of course you want to run that many pipes. And bear in mind, if you're making a nuke plant like anything like mine, I've got 236 nuclear reactors. Every single one of them requires a pipe, a full pipe. So if you really want to move 236 pipes of water, more power to you, but that does not sound like a good time to me. Using the water to the west of it. I mean, I guess a lot of it boils down to how big of a plant you're building. There's an ocean to the west with... There's an ocean to the east. Unless you're talking about like over here. Honestly, I wouldn't even try to build one here because I know how this is pretty deep off the coast. But I mean, everybody's entitled to do things their own way. I'm definitely never going to tell you what to do. I'd like to build a nuke plant in the green fields just to irradiate the entire freaking green fields. Try to kill the manta with radiation. Because you can sit there all day long and pump bullets into it and it's not going to die. But maybe enough radiation will get it to go away. Yeah, by shallow, I just mean the width here. But if you're just putting your water extractors in, you're going to be putting a lot in. Again, it boils down to how big your plant is. And feel free to do it. Prove me wrong. I don't want to run that many friggin' pipes. My original plan was to build it over here in this giant lake or ocean or whatever the hell you want to call it. Yes, multiple times. I honestly don't know how many coupons I have waiting for me in my sink at the moment, but I've already purchased the golden nut. Okay, we're already done with that side. Move on to this one. And to me, the golden nut's always the last achievement. But as you see, that pipe isn't even there as a pipe. It's just there as a to tell me where to build everything else. I have all the world's uranium at my factory, but I haven't started making fuel rods yet. If you're using all of the world's uranium, and you can actually get it all through at max throughput, so 2100 per minute, that will feed 101 fully overclocked nuclear reactors, depending on what recipes you use. There's one of the non-fissile uranium recipes that uses actual raw uranium. Not a big fan, but mainly because I would rather turn that uranium into power. I understand its appeal to dispose of waste because it does do that more efficiently. But I want the uranium for power. This is a big power playthrough. I won't even call it a max power playthrough because I'm not making max power. That's next playthrough. We're going bigger. A very kind viewer gave me a suggestion on how to achieve a lot more power. So we going for it. That go big-itis that I suffer from is itching. Might be something else, but I'm gonna say it's the go big-itis. I will say, J Money, when you're done with your power plant, post it in the Discord. Even if it's just an open top power plant, doesn't matter. I mean, that's all mine are. I do not have the patience or creativity to make pretty bases. Nope. Actually had nothing to do with fuel at all. So now I tear all these pipes down. You got 100 nuclear pasta automated. You're doing better than I am. I have 22.4 automated. I can't even imagine the sheer volume of copper powder you're going through. I would love to see your copper powder production facility, especially if you're doing it all in one place. I mean, my 27,000 copper ingots is scary enough. I can't process. I honestly am sitting here trying to mentally process how huge of a copper powder production that has to be. You never need more than like 4. Like I said, I'm using 22.4 because I need it for my Fixonium. That's the only reason I automated nuclear pasta. God, I hate copper powder. All right, let's just do this one row at a time. It's going to be faster than me flitting around like a bee. Hey, come here, you little punk. I know, if I held down control, I'd be able to grab it, but a little bit more of a challenge like this. Gotta do things the hard way, right? Yeah, I'm only using, I think, 10 pure copper nodes for my build. And I'm doing all of my copper powder in one spot. I brought all the copper ore down to one spot. Which may or may not have been the most intelligent thing I've ever done, but there's a reason the channel is called what it is. But why in the world are you automating 100 nuclear pasta? God damn it, making me stop. Okay. I mean, I guess the ultimate answer to that question is because you can. Yeah, that's why I'm making a 2 terawatt factory. I don't, obviously, anyone who's played the game for any real length of time knows I don't need 2 terawatts. I beat the game with like 50 gigawatts. Maybe only like 45. I honestly don't remember. I'd have to boot up an old save to check. That'd be a fun stream, exploring my first save. Laughing at how horrible everything looks. Hey, some of the best inventions in the world are literally just because you could. Ain't nothing like a person fueled by spite and the desire to do something. Especially if somebody tells you can't do it. Oh, the amount of ambition you suddenly gain when you're told,
You can't do that.
watch me, hold my beer. I want to start again and focus more on building. I've been watching a YouTuber called My Name is Jake. Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. I'm going to be starting a new playthrough in 1.2, and I might actually do some design work. Maybe. But I mean, I got what, 17 more days before 1.2 launches. So there's still time to clean up some of my factories, clean up my train line, actually add the supports onto my train line that I've been talking about since. Ew, that looks like crap. Oh well, we'll run with it. I don't care. I got something out of place. He'll drive me nuts, and I'll fix it later. Or I'll just never come down here again and never have to look at it, and then I won't worry about it. See how that works? See? I'm smart. If I don't look at it, it won't bug me, and therefore I won't have to fix it. We all know it's going to be in the back of my head, reminding me, I look like shit. You need to fix me. Yeah, I don't know how the hell that I got so far off. Obviously, you're looking at my stuff. I don't either. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of it just comes down to time and practice. I know it's gonna bug me. I just said it's gonna bug me. And Casper, you're the only person who doesn't have any delay in what I say versus what stream hears. I mean, all I gotta do is move the water extractors and the pipeline junction and the pipe and basically the whole damn thing. It'll be barely an inconvenience. It'll take me like 2 hours. You know, it's not like I've got edited content or anything to make. Not gonna happen on stream, I'll tell you that one right now. If it does, it'll be on tomorrow's stream. If I stream tomorrow. I'm still up in the air. Down to 192 filters. For anybody keeping count. But those are already done. Those are already done. Those are already hooked up, so I don't need to worry about those. Bug. You are a bug, Amaya. Oh, wait, no, I think I misremembered and can't get 100 POS per minute. Well, maybe I can find out real fast. Took me all about 2.5 minutes to find out. Absolute maximum if you were only going for nuclear pasta. Granted, oh wait, hold on. $134. Absolute physical limit with the resources in the game. Now bear in mind that is probably making copper out with SAM. That is if your entire goal was to make the sheer theoretical limit of nuclear pasta. If you take converters out of the mix, i.e. no changing SAM into copper, 76.875. I just went to Satisfactory Tools, typed in nuclear pasta, told it to maximize it, selected all alternate recipes, and clicked go. The first time it always tries to default to making crap with SAM, and it's like, no. So the second, the 76 or whatever is with the converter no longer selected as a viable machine. Which if you don't have the converter, you can't make resource out of with SAM. I can't tell you how many times I go on there to try to. A lot of my edited content is maximally using nodes to make a certain product. Like the latest video was using 2 impure iron nodes at Mark 1, very early game, and how many modular frames you can make out of it. So the maximize tool comes in very handy for me on those. And then I use Satisfactory Modeler to actually design my factories. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know about the alloy recipes, if that would actually get you that much more. I've not paid a lot of attention to them to see if they're actually viable for making more. I mean, iron is so freaking dirt cheap on the map, being the most prolific resource, but is also the most used resource. Yep, more power wires. I know, thanks for reminding me. Okay, so that should be all my pipes. Yay, pipes. Yay! Now I get to put down the pumps. I'm not even sure if I need these, but I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them. Yeah, that's bugging the shit out of me. I'll be dead honest, that's bugging the shit out of me. But I'm not gonna fix it right now. Only got another like hour and a half of stream. I'm so close to this power plant being running. I'm so close to my 2 terawatt dream. Yeah, I use the pure copper recipe and 300 refineries to make my copper powder. And like I said, I'm only making 22 nuclear pasta per minute. I didn't even do what I was originally planning on doing, and that was literally just stealing all the copper out of the Dune Desert. I had nearly all the copper I needed just in the Dune Desert. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom on the boobles! I feel like a miner right now, and by that I mean a person who goes into mines, not a juvenile. Like, I just want to see the sunlight again. I miss the sunlight. One more row, then the power wires, and the power hook up all the Fixonium plants, and then hook up the rest of the new plutonium. And that's it. There's an end. It's in sight. there's an end to this suffering. I'll find some other way to suffer. Like the mega fuel plant I have kind of sort of planned. There's still a lot of oil on the map that I'm not touching yet. And I still have to get the ballistic warp drives automated. The worst thing is I gotta do most of that without trains. My train network's a little on the cluster of a side. I think that's a nice way of putting it. The train network's a little congested. In a very real sense, I hate these little things. They look really good, but I hate how freaking small the hitbox is for them. But like I said earlier, I have half as many of these to make this time, or to power. Because this is only going into 45 plants, not the 90 that the plutonium goes into. I wonder how my fuel rods above me are doing. I often sit and think about my fuel rods and wonder if they miss me too. Do they still think about me when I'm gone? Or like a shadow, have I disappeared from their memories? Waxing poetic here and shit. Waxing some goddamn nonsense is what I'm doing. It's possible I'm slowly losing my mind. Hey, what the hell are you doing here? Stranger danger! Oh wait, I'm going this way. I mean, that would be a kind of an idea for a playthrough. Use all the SAM on the map. Literally make as many singularity cells as you possibly can. Solely to sync them. Like, how many points could you actually achieve? I know ballistic warp drives are a little bit better, but they're also a hell of a lot more work. You fucking bastard. I just want this thing to run. Run, Forrest, run. I've only got 9 rows of these. I don't know how many rows I've done so far. 3. I've done 3 rows. I'm a third of the way done. Yay! Janet, why do you only love me when I'm a millionaire? Why didn't you love me when I was a poor boy? Is it true what the internet says? You were a gold digger? Oh shit. Anybody else notice that? There's a whole series of friggin' pumps here that aren't hooked up. Oops. Yeah, neither side. I guess I went through and did the outside rows and brought the inside row. That could have come back to bite me in the buttocks. You know, I'm talking about Forrest Gump flavored crackers. Yeah, this is your boy Forrest. I still wish they would have been a little bit more faithful to the book and dealt with the freaking monkey in the spacesuit and everything. The book is wild if you're not familiar with it. Gump goes to space. It might be the sequel, I don't know. I think it might be the sequel because I think I think they literally were like hounding the author so much to write another one because the first movie did so well that he just made up some of the most outlandish shit possible. Jenny, you've been out there slinging that mug, and I come back from Vietnam, and you expect to believe this is mine? Got shrimp flavored shrimp, baked shrimp, shrimp gumbo. I may do the accent kinda well. I am not from Alabama. I have not spent any time in Alabama. What the fuck? No! Jenny, I don't know how this child is mine when the only time we did it, you told me I had to do you in the butt. As young Forrest a butt baby? I normally flush my butt babies. I'm getting dislikes on this stream. I can already see it happening. There's gonna be some dislikes on this stream. Surprising enough, no, not yet. Not yet. Oh, the worst thing is if this goes past regular hours, because I'm so close to having this done, I'm really of the opinion that stream goes until this factory is live, or 8 o'clock, whichever one happens first. If it goes past 8 p.m., that means it's not only Spicy Saturday, it's Idjit's After Dark. Which, oh god, Spicy Saturday After Dark? Ooh. The filters are off. The madness becomes a reality. Even Johnny knows that's a scary thing. I may be slow, but I ain't done. Oh, dude, there is not a single way in the world you're ever going to offend me on this stream. You go as far as you want. If you get out of control, I'll tell you. It's gonna have to be some troll-like behavior, though. I enjoy a good laugh. I have a sense of humor. I mean, obviously. I mean, just look at me. I don't have much else going for me. Oh, it's my song. That shit's my jam right here. Copyright-free jam right here. Get up and dance to it. Shake that booty. That's about right, Casper. Enforcing shit. I mean, there's been times we've had to ban people, but generally it's bots. If you're a legit viewer, especially if you're a subscriber, yeah, I don't give a shit what you do. I ain't big enough to worry about anything like that. It ain't like I'm monetized. My only monetization comes from Twitch, and that's solely subscribers. I might release a Patreon. My biggest problem with Patreon has always been, I feel like there needs to be something that you're getting for your donation or your contribution or your, yeah, whatever. And it's not like I can do members only videos. I guess I can give you a shout out at the end of the streams, but how many more do I got? 2. I honestly feel like selling shrimp isn't a bad business plan. There's been a lot of people that's tried the domesticated shrimp farms and stuff, and sounds like a lot of money, but all of a sudden they all go belly up for some reason. What I know of shrimp is they're a relatively delicate species. I think a fair amount of it comes down to they're expecting returns on their investment too quickly, and they don't realize that, you know, a living being takes time to grow. Well, pH isn't even that hard to control. I would think a lot would have to do with not properly balancing the nitrogen cycle, going over and quickly going on a downward spiral. Too much nitrogen, too much phosphorus in the water, or nitrates and phosphates. If you want to get into aquarium talk. And that's not even that hard to manage with proper macros. Actual plants for freshwater, macroalgae for your salt waters. Ooh, look! They're all hooked up! Wow! What? Balancing pH? Yeah. If you're doing salt water, it's really, really easy because you literally just chunk huge quantities of live rock in the system. That is a lot of Fixonium fuel rods. Let's hook up the Fixonium. Because remember, Fixonium burns clean. Hey, no, not you. Nobody called for you. You go away. I got plenty of you little bastards. I don't need no more of you little bastards. Well, I know a lot of the businesses that try hydroponics, aquaponics and stuff, or mainly aquaponics, that's using like a living organism, or farming a living aquatic organism. They try to do a lot of bare bottom stuff without substrate or any type of decoration or plant life, anything like that, and that's not how nature works. And yes, I'm just going to hook up all the Fixonium before I even touch the plutonium. You. Oh, we're up to 1.47. Yeah, shrimp boat is a lot of physical work. Waste output, nothing. Why did we had a spike? Why did we have a spike? How did I get up to 1.47 and now I'm down to 1.43? Where the hell did 40,000 megawatts go? I mean, I realize these are going to eat through that Fixonium fast, but I'm okay with that. I kind of want them to eat through the Fixonium. Let's go hook up the plutonium. Time to get spicy up in here. Oh shit. I just realized something. Are these overclocked? And look like it. You've been playing for 10 hours. I have not been playing for 10 hours. I probably haven't been playing for 10 hours. I'm just going through and making sure everything's overclocked. Seems like it is. Yeah. Let's get the plutonium online. Let's make some real freaking Fixonium. And see if my system can handle it. That's never a bad idea. Trial by fire. I probably should have let the Fixonium fuel rods build up a little bit more, but they'll build up a lot faster with all of the plutonium online. And I know I got the fuel rods for them, because I've been sitting on them for days. Actually, I honestly don't remember. How long ago did I start making plutonium fuel rods? It's been a hot minute. Oh yeah, I got plenty of plutonium fuel rods. I'm sinking them. I've got that many of them. And trust me, I got lots. You know what I didn't do? I never ran a power wire down the middle of this. Or I did? What the? I don't know what the hell I did. Oh, by the way, I'm down to 155 filters for anybody keeping track. You freaking, nobody called for you. Go away. Nobody likes you. You smell funny like a Maya. Oh, that should actually be it. What are we looking at? 1.8. Should definitely have more than that. That makes 6 of us? What makes 6 of us? I don't know what the hell I'm doing? Oh, yeah. Look at all that Fixonium. Yay! Flow, my pretties, flow! Go make the pretties! Make it glow. Make it pretty. It's gonna be so goddamn pretty. Oh, look. I got more of them going now. Oh, supposedly if you watch the arms on the top of these things, sometimes they collide and they like bicker. Now I'm curious. Now that's definitely moving a little bit better. Look at all that Fixonium. Oh wait, this is my pasta. That's my waste. Oh yeah, look at, there's some waste coming down the pipe. The biggest problem is the dark matter residue, because half of all the dark matter residue I need to make comes from over there. And if they're not getting enough Fixonium, I'm not getting enough dark matter residue. Like, these things are only running 17% of the time. Or this one is, because it doesn't have enough plutonium waste. Now let's check the trains, see how the trains are doing. See how the trains are training. 20K, 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 20K. It all looks good. 17, 18, 18, 17. All looking good in the hood. Yeah, everything looks good. Some of these are running on yellow because I'm not eating the ingots or the trigons fast enough. Because again, those go to the glow boys over there. Until the glow boys can eat all the, until they get enough Fixonium, they can't eat all the trigons. Make it glow, make it glow, make it glow, glow, glow. We're down to 1.5 terawatts. Uns, 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 uns. Gonna get naked. If you are a Persona fan, if you've played any of the Persona games, I strongly recommend checking out Him Daisy, H-I-I-M, and the word Daisy. Persona 4. It is fucking hilarious. Highly recommended. Now, I will say Persona 5 sucks. Persona 3 was a masterpiece. And I mean original Persona 3, not that reload crap where Atlas was being a bunch of stingy bastards and wouldn't even give you the entire game for the remaster. Not time for that yet? What? What? Oh, what? The whole gonna get naked thing? It's from the Him Daisy thing. So right now we just need a crap ton more Fixonium. No, it's a moving, it's a grooving, it's a going, it's a flowing. Got a good chunk of these that aren't doing anything because they're not getting no Pluto waste. Need more Pluto waste. Needs more sugar. Give me some sugar, baby. Hail to the king, baby. I hope somebody gets that reference. I really do. I know Casper will. No more sugar, Maya. You start doing weird things in your pants when you have too much sugar. I see no fuel on this one. Like, I'm almost having to disconnect the Fixonium, these power plants, and let this manifold build up now that I'm feeding it maximum rods. No, you can't have peas or carrots either. Yeah, we need to let this manifold build up. And the easiest way to get the manifold to build up is to not burn the your rods. I mean, the manifold will eventually fill up. But I don't know about you guys. I don't want to wait days for that. I'm not a patient man there, Jenny. That's my money and I want it now. Call 1-800 Gump. They'll bite him in the buttocks for you. Yeah, that friggin' lag that comes from disconnecting something from my grid. I can't even imagine how bad that's going to be on the next playthrough when I go for even more power. That honestly takes a little bit longer. And this is a good visual thing for me. If I come back here and they're literally disconnected from the grid, I know they're disconnected from the grid. If I just go in and pause them, it takes a little bit longer because I don't think you can copy and paste that. And power plants are unique in the fact they will still fill up even without the power wire. So the plutonium will keep, Pluto Nash will keep crapping out antibodies. We don't need you. Look at it all moving. Look at all them yellow balls. Better than blue balls, I'll tell you that one right now. Yeah, next stream is going to be interesting because it's going to be going through and it's going to be doing a lot of debugging on this because I guarantee I broke something somewhere. I didn't hook up a belt, or I didn't hook up a pipe, or something. I know I screwed something up. We all know I screwed something up somewhere. As soon as this manifold backs up, that will back up, and then I can turn this on. Or you just put down a storage bin. But even without, oh shit. Let me come down here. Even without, I'm not getting all the power I should be getting. Plutonium alone should have been 600,000 megawatts. That's what I'm going to go through and check. And I don't have to check the power lines. I literally just have to check the plutonium generators. See if they're all on the actual same network. That might be my biggest problem. Is I've done that one before. Because I had 1.1, and each of these, I've got 90 times 6,250. That's 560,000 megawatts. I ain't seeing no 500,000 megawatts. Yep, see, that one's not on the grid. So that's another 6,000 megawatts. Do. But yes, I'm literally going to go through and check every single one of these power plants. It might be this one. One of these plutonium ones is not fully overclocked. And I know it. I purposely have one of them not fully overclocked. Now, the biggest drawback with me trying to figure out if, like, how much power I have coming from my nuke plant versus my other plants is most of my power is transferred via the train. So, a little difficult to disconnect. Because I've got it hooked up in multiple spots. Redundancy and all that. What the hell? The math ain't mathing here. I mean, production doesn't care about anything but the sheer volume of power you're throwing at the grid. No power. Okay. That's another 6,000 watts I didn't have, and I will pause this for a second just to let this fill up. Uranium waste is flowing, so these guys are producing. But how the hell am I only getting 200,000 megawatts out of plutonium? If I disconnect this wire, this drops to 225. And it's 90 divided by 5, it's 18. 18 times 2 is 36. 36 times 625. That should be 162. But even that's 225,000 megawatts. This alone connected to the rest of the grid. Like this. The fuck? Without that at all, I'm at 1.35. So this should take me to 1.5. Where the hell's the rest of my power? Is there a limit? The fuck? All right, that ain't right. Something ain't right here. This is acting like my other fuel plant's not online. Okay, we gotta take a trip. We gotta take a trip. Yeah, something ain't right here. It's acting like my entire rocket fuel factory is not hooked up to the grid. Because that alone is 400,000 megawatts. Now all the trains are moving and grooving and grooving and moving and rumbling, tumbling. So let's go over to the fuel power plant and see what the hell's going on over there. Well, something ain't right. Something really ain't right. Got 16 viewers at the moment. If you would be so kind, please remember to smack that like button. If you're new here and enjoying this diagnostic and trying to figure out why in the world I don't have all my power, subscribe. It's free for you. Helps me out a great deal. We're gonna take a nice little train ride. Try to figure out where the hell my power is. Cause my power ran away. They said they didn't want to be my friend no more. I don't know. I don't think there's a limit. It's just literally acting like my other power plant's not online. Unfortunately, it's on the other side of the planet down in the blue crater, so this is going to be a little bit of a lengthy train ride. For anyone wondering, I travel by train and not hypertubes because some of my viewers have complained that hypertubes are a bit disorienting. So, for the sake of viewers, we don't do hypertubes. We'll be doing them next playthrough. You guys can just close your eyes. Because we going big next playthrough. But what the hell would have to happen for that power plant to not be online? Like, at all? Maybe nitrogen? Maybe I'm having one of those drone issues. Yeah, I can check that. Looks like I got a lot of drones over at the port, over at the fuel plant, but not I like the trains. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, welcome in, Mio? I hope I'm saying that right. Currently this playthrough is sitting at 736 hours. Bear in mind, a fair amount of that is me letting the game run overnight because I'm not running on a dedicated server yet. I kind of figured it was Miho. With the rest of the name, I'm guessing not Hispanic, so I didn't know if, in your language, if the J was pronounced as an H or not. I know in Spanish, J's are pronounced as H's, and X's are pronounced as H's, and everything else is pronounced as H's. I don't know. So, but welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, I don't run a dedicated server, so I let the game run overnight while I'm not actively on to let manifolds fill or balance or test throughput on trains, make sure I'm actually running enough. Because that's the worst thing is you can let a train run 2 or 3 times and it'll tell you, oh, that is a lot of red lights. That is a hell of a lot of red lights. I can see them from here. That is a sea of red lights. It's Slavic. That's kind of what I thought with the rest of it. Definitely struck me as like Eastern European. I'm not going to try to narrow it down any farther than that. But yeah, we got a lot of red lights over here. I'm guessing drone issues. Everything over here is red. Yeah, that is a no power, no fuel. For anybody who's wondering how I make a good chunk of my power, my first big power plant, here you go. Why are you yellow? All right, you're yellow because you're backed up on fuel. Nitrogen. Okay, it's a drone issue. So land, save, reload. If you're not aware, there is a known bug in the game where drones will lock up in their takeoff or landing animation if they're at like either the very beginning or very end of that animation and your autosave kicks in. So when you get that little micro pause at the autosave, yeah. But this is my baby fuel plant, or power plant. Baby, right? Not enough fuel. Oh, shit. If this has been offline, oh crap, that kills everything. Everything is reliant on turbo fuel. Like this whole system is powered on turbo fuel. What's going on, Jack Mac? I mean, lucky enough, I have a whole crap ton of it stored at the other power plant. Yeah, next playthrough, we're doing major highways. We're going to do super belt highways. Shit, we're down to... How the hell... I'm getting my first coal plant up. Cool. Best thing I can tell you about your early coal plant is remember the 8-to-3 rule. 8 coal power generators to 3 water extractors. Wait. I should still be able to make turbo fuel. No. This is what happens when a system's built on a system, 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 built on another system. The turbo fuel is made from the compacted coal that comes out of the rocket fuel production. If I can't make rocket fuel, I don't make compacted coal, which means I don't make turbo fuel, which means my drones don't fly. Thankfully, I had that little stockpile. But I should have more than that. So we got nitrogen coming in again. At least a bit. Go, fly away, my beautiful butterfly. Fly, fly, my butterfly. Go get me nitrogen, I need it. I needs it. Ah, shit. Here's a big drawback. I think there's a drone at both ports. But I have a drone here that takes turbo fuel to my nuke plant to fuel those drones. I need to go to the nitrogen node. Oh, I ain't done yet. I ain't licked yet. It's gonna take a little bit more than drone bullshit to lick me. Come on, go. Come on, a little bit more. Ah, there we go. I can't tell if my coal is balanced. How many nodes are you tapping? How much per minute are you bringing in? And how many generators are you trying to feed? I know, a lot of questions, but easiest way for me to run the math. Sometimes some of them run out. A tip for you is to force the manifold full, but if you're running it, and to force the manifold full, just literally disconnect the power wires from the coal generators. That will force them to fill up and not burn the fuel. Okay, so I guess I only have one drone for each of these, so awesome. Cool. That's actually a good thing. A lot of times I run dual drones. Like I run a drone at both ports to improve throughput. But I guess I'm not doing that here. I don't need to do that here. I'll just take a bunch of fall damage. I don't care. So that would explain why, you know, an entire power plant wasn't producing power. I'm cooking the foods. I think Casper is too. 2 nodes. I mean, that sounds absolutely perfect. It's... If you're using 2 normal nodes on Mark 1 miners, one thing to make sure, are you 100% sure all your belts are Mark 2? An easy way to tell if you're achieving maximum throughput on your belt, like if you happen to have a single Mark 1 somewhere in that system, is your belt... Oh, never mind. I was gonna show you on one of these, but you know, Solver's not running right now. Now remember, Casper's out of poison at the moment. I don't... Oh, she did go to the grocery store earlier. She was gone for an awfully long time, so it's possible she picked up more poison. Okay, nitrogen is coming in. I see movement. I see blue lights. I still see some reds, or some yellows. We're still not burning all the fuel. But nitrogen is definitely coming in. Sulfur is being consumed. Making burgers and fries. Awesome. The rocket fuel is moving. Compacted coal is grooving. But yeah, this is what I was talking about. If you're not running maximum throughput on your belt, you'll see gaps like this. So if you had like a Mark 1 belt somewhere in your system, the Mark 2 after that would have gaps. Okay, so now we're making turbo fuel. We're getting power. How's my power grid? Not 900,000. It's getting there. It's going to take a while for this system to fill completely back up. We're making rocket turbo fuel. It's going up. They'll feed the drones. Because the drawback is if this stops moving, if we stop making turbo fuel, my uranium shuts down. It's a damn shame I can't just throw the Fixonium fuel rods into drones and let power all the drones off Fixonium. I was gonna say, yeah, it's not gonna be later because I'm almost done with the stream, but I should be back at the latest Monday. But thank you for stopping in, Miho. I appreciated the yeah, I'm guessing the subscription. Thank you. Got 2 new ones. Yay! Thank you, random subscriber number 211 and 212. I do greatly appreciate it. But yeah, have a good, I'm guessing have a good night. Okay. So slowly this system will fill back up. If you are familiar with fuel power plants of any type, this pipe is literally just a giant manifold. And it basically has to fill this fuel plant before it tries to fill this one up. Once this one fills, it moves down the line. And there are 60 of these power plants on every single pipe. There are 696 fuel plants, or fuel power plants here, fuel generators, whatever the hell they're called. Let's go back to the nuke plant now that we got that problem sorted, and see how bad the problem over there is going to be. And I need to figure out why in the hell do I not have turbo fuel in my dimensional storage. So back to the nuke plant. Yay! That's bullshit, though. This plant has ran non-stop, constantly, for the better part of a month. I mean, honestly, let me go back and go back through my streams and figure out when I finished this power plant. It's been a hot minute, I can tell you that one right now. End of January. So yeah, a month. Blame Amaya. we should start that as a trending hashtag. Blame Amaya. But one thing I can do, we finished building. We got the 45 nuke plants up and running. They're just, not actually hooked up right now because I'm letting that manifold fill up. Back off, Tiny Noodle Man. Dude, I don't want to know why she calls you Tiny Noodle Man. I don't want to know what you guys talk about when I'm not around. Uh-huh. I don't want to know which Tiny Noodle. I don't ask about you guys' noodles. What you do with your noodle is between you and God. I can hear my voice from Casper's phone in the other room, and all I just heard was the God-ass part. It's like, what the... Yeah, tell him, Streamlabs. But we're on our way to see the nuke plant, the wonderful nuke plant of Oz. Because shit ain't working right. Because like I said, there's 440-ish thousand megawatts coming out of that fuel power plant. Well, between that fuel power plant and my other one. 400 from that one, 40 from the other one. There's 630,000 mega amps or megawatts coming out of the uranium. There's another 560 coming out of the plutonium, and there's supposed to be, it's Fukushima all over again. There's another 260 coming out of Fixonium, which isn't hooked up at the moment. All said and done, I should have 2 terawatts. I did say the stream would run until I finished the build. I don't think I said that until I actually hit 2 terawatts. Because unfortunately, the biggest thing right now that's holding me back is waiting for that other power plant to fill back up. And that takes a hot minute. Especially with it running. If I went in and disconnected or turned them all off, it'd fill up really fast. But hey, at least I figured out what was the problem. Literally, one of my power plants. I don't know. Do we want an Idjit's After Dark Spicy Saturday? Do we want to wait for that fuel plant to kick back on? Do we want me to go start unhooking stuff so it fills up a little bit faster? Let me go turn plutonium back on, see how the Fixonium's doing. We got a long skip ahead of us. I probably should have just sent the train to the other freaking plant. You know, down to Fixonium. Oh yeah, I didn't go there because I wanted to check something here. Not enough fuel. So, this plant's going to be shutting down here soon. Yeah, shit. That's not good. This is my uranium. Do you see what's not here? Oh, that explains it. It's a pass-through bin. Yeah, there's no spice in the spice rack. The spice rack is empty. And that drone right there has turbo fuel in it. Lucky enough, I had just enough turbo fuel to get that thing back into the air. That's only got 50 turbo fuel, but that one's away. It should be able to go get a good chunk. The nice thing is, I have a crap ton of uranium fuel rods in back stock. I also have 2 bins here full of uranium fuel rods. The problem is, there ain't no gaps there. If there ain't no gaps there, that means we're at the very beginning of a meltdown. Lucky enough, meltdowns in this game are nothing super serious. Like, nothing goes boom. I know, sad face. Because no drones, no fuel for the drones means no nitrogen for the waste disposal. Here, we're starting to build. Let's hook plutonium back up. Chernobyl. Yep. Something like that. Unfortunately, things don't go boom. It'd be kind of funny if things went boom. But there's no boom in this game. I mean, I can make booms. Like, I can run the explosive rebar and stuff. All right, 1.7. 1.7 looks a lot better than 1.3. Let's go see how the spice looks. And bear in mind, I didn't turn off the plutonium reactors. I just disconnected them from the grid. They were still running. They were still making waste. We were still making Fixonium. We were still filling up the glow boys over here. I'm pretty confident in saying this manifold over here is pretty well filled. 32 in that one. 32 in that one. 6 in that one. So that one's still a little lacking. Yeah, I've had that one. We're still trying to fill this manifold, even though that's a nice line right there. Just want to go down there and snort it. Now, when you see a nice line, sometimes it's your first instinct. Or is that just me? Is that just me? What do I see here? I see a whole crap ton of fuel rods. And they look so pretty. I think it's time to start burning them. Now remember, I'm not producing them at 100% yet. But I also don't want them to back up too much. They're a little on the spicy side. I do need to underclock one of these. Right now they're each eating 2.5. So if I take the 45 and multiply that by 2, or take the 45 and multiply it by 2.5, I get 112.5. So one of these needs to be slightly underclocked to only eat 2 of them. So, yeah, 200%. Just take an energy shard out. That takes it down to 2 per minute. That perfectly balances this whole system. That way I don't have to run each one of them at like 248.88889. Bow, 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 bow. Careful, Foxy. He enjoys being talked to. Bad Idjit. No snorting the spicy. But I want to snort the spicy. I do not enjoy being talked like that. To like that. That's you, Johnny. Definitely is Maya. I'm the one that gives out the spankings around here. Hook up this last row and we'll check our power. We got about 5 minutes to hit 2 terawatts. Nope, never mind. There it is. There's 2 terawatts. We hit it. Oh, here's the worst thing. There's 2.2. I still have 127 filters, by the way. And I just fixed the cold gen. Awesome. Great job. So you fixed your cold gen. I fixed my rocket fuel factory. And I hit 2 terawatts. Now the question is, more? I just want to see a really big number real quick. I like big numbers. Progress together. Yes, exactly. And if you would like, Jack Mac, I do have a video going over setting up coal plants. But it sounds like you kind of have it down pat. What was the problem? Next after coal, I would strongly recommend, if you've not already, automate modular frames. You're going to need a crap ton of them. After that, steel. That's what my next video is making steel. And if you haven't already, I would seriously recommend a crap ton of research. Is there any pill for all of them? Oh, come on. I need 2 more. I know where 1 is. There's 1 right there, but I need 2 more after that. Or you took yours. I might not have any more. Oh, what the hell? I got smacked. I've never seen that one happen. Alright. Sadly enough, it seems like 2.263 is kind of the max. For now. Too many splitters. Problem seemed to be having 8 in a row as opposed to 4 on each side. Sounds like your manifold wasn't keeping up. The easy solution for that isn't what you the way you're doing it, but and I've explained this before, but I'll go through it again real quick. So a manifold can be as long as you want. I have manifolds that are 60 machines long. They run fine, providing you're taking out the right number. The problem is every time you hit a splitter, say 60 a minute are coming in here, it hits the splitter, divides by 2 belts. So now it's 30. This one comes down, splits again, 15, 7.5, half of 7.5, 3.75, half of that, half that, half that, half that, until your first machine fills up. Once it's completely full on your input buffer, it's going to keep that up. Once this fills up, once your first machine fills up, now all of it's coming this way, short of what this is eating per minute. So now instead of having 30 and 30, you've got your 60 minus 12.5, which is great because now you've got your higher number here being split until this one fills up, and on and on and on. What you were suffering from is the manifold not being full. Easiest way with fuel plants is either go in and flip them off or snip the power wire. As long as you do one of those two things, you can let the whole manifold fill up like this, where it's all backed up. When you turn it back on, it'll run fine. Why did you delete a message? But I can go over to my copper powder plant and show you manifolds that are 30 plus machines long. Once they fill up, they run fine. The problem is always filling the manifolds. The nuke plant we were just at has 40 plus machines in a row that run fine. You just let the manifold fill first. I always recommend when you're building a factory, don't power up your machines until every inch of the belt is filled. If it's anything that makes something, if you've got something on both sides, snip your belt off the back. Don't let it actually send anything out. What will happen is your output buffer will fill up. Once that fills up, your input buffer has to fill up. Need to know how to balance the load. Yeah, like Foxy said, jump on Discord. I'm more than happy to help. There's a few other Satisfactory players on there that can help out as much as they can. And beyond that, worst case, I'll answer your questions on stream, on the next stream. I am down to 127 filters total. Oh, not total. There's a whole bin full here. There's another bin full over here. There's dimensional storage full. I got plenty of filters. But it is 8 o'clock. We hit 2 terawatts. We hit over 2 terawatts. 2 million megawatts. We're up to 2.27, and it's climbing sometimes. But like I said, it's 8 o'clock. I've been streaming for 7 hours. If you haven't already, please remember to smack the crap out of that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking, or watching this after fact, and you somehow made it through the last 7 hours of madness of me trying to build an epic power plant that has finally come online, even after a couple of hiccups, smack that subscribe button. It's free for you, helps me out a great deal. And let's see how much we can get before midnight tonight. See if we can get a couple more. Until next time, I've been an Idjit, obviously.